Are you there, Mr. Dollman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess we're waiting on Mr. Stone Rock.
Good morning, Mr. Dollman. This is Beth. I'm the court reporter today. I'm great. How about you?
I'm fantastic.
Great. Since I'll be swearing you in remotely, I need to see a photo ID if you have one handy, please.
Oh, yes.
All right. And can you just state your name for me so you'll come up in full view for me, please?
You need this still up there? Is that what
Yes, please. I just couldn't see it because I need to get you in full view. So if you can just state your name for me so it'll come up in full view.
Sean Ray Dollman.
Okay, and hold it up.
Oh, Sean Ray Dollman.
Okay, it still didn't want to do it. Hang on.
Let me see if I can get a little closer.
There you are. I can see it now, Mr. Dollman. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ryan. This is Beth Masters. I'll be the court reporter today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And then who's the fifth person in the Zoom?
Miss Newman.
Good morning, Miss Newman.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
We're ready to start when y'all are.
All right. Will all counsel please state their name and agreement on the record that I may swear in the witness remotely?
John Phillips, and we agree.
Ryan Stonerock on behalf of the campaign, and we agree.
Mr. Dollman, if you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Sean Ray Dollman.
Mr. Dollman, obviously we're in cyberland these days. Where are you currently located?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Are you at your home or office?
Home.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
The campaign, Donald J. Trump for president.
Okay. What is your current role with the campaign?
Chief Financial Officer.
Okay. That's essentially how a deposition goes. Have you ever had your deposition taken before?
No, sir.
Okay. So I kind of want, I sometimes do a few test questions to kind of go back and explain that's perfect or that's not perfect. It's a question and answer session. Obviously you've sworn to tell the truth. So that's of utmost importance. But you can't tell the truth if I'm cutting you off or if I'm not allowing you to answer your full question, your full answer. Same thing with my questions. If you don't hear my full questions, we're going to have difficulty not only with Miss Beth typing this thing out, but with understanding the question answer session and the oath that's underlying that. So it's absolutely my responsibility to ask you questions you understand. If you don't understand, please let me know. It's unlike a normal conversation in that we kind of, in a normal conversation, sometimes people short circuit each other. Right? They can kind of fast forward a conversation because you see where they're going. We can't do that here. We got to take turns and ask questions and answers, have questions and answers. If you need to take a break for any reason, feel free, let me know. Your attorney may object. We'd prefer if he just states object to form, meaning that there was a problem with the form of my question in his view. Unless he's instructing you not to answer, that is an objection for the record. You kind of pay it no mind and we're preserving a record here too. And just answer to the best of your ability. If he instructs you not to answer, we'll have a conversation about why that is, and go from there. Any questions as of right now about the rules of a deposition?
No, sir.
Okay. So what did you say your role was with the campaign?
Vegas the time.
What is your role with the campaign currently?
Chief Financial Officer.
Mr. Stonerock, please just say object to form and not, let's try to avoid speaking objections today.
I'm going to object how I'm going to object, and I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay. Professionalism matters, sir. So Chief Financial Officer,
learned
what is
something.
Chief Financial Officer?
Say again?
What is the Chief Financial Officer for Donald J. Trump for President do?
Pretty much manages all the money on the campaign. So anything coming in, we record it, and anything going out, we record it.
Okay. What other roles have you had with the campaign?
Deputy Operations Officer.
What is a Deputy Operations
Well, it
Officer?
was Deputy Director of Operations. That's what it was. And then Director of Operations.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
At some point, were you the Director of Operations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was that?
Roughly 2017 to the beginning of 2020.
And then you became CFO? Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume, and you know what happens when we assume, but I assume you were the Deputy Director of Operations before you were the Director of Operations. Is that
That
fair?
is correct.
Okay. So sometime up until 2017, when did you become Deputy Director of Operations?
I believe it was July 2016.
What were your duties and responsibilities as the Deputy Director of Operations for Donald J. Trump for President, Inc.?
Managing contracts that were coming in and out of the campaign, just making sure and reviewing them before the Director of Operations review them, or the Treasurer. And then also a lot of the inflow and outflow. So invoices that came to the campaign, I would review them before they were paid.
Okay. Who was the Director of Operations at the campaign while you were the Deputy Director of Operations?
Jeff DeWitt.
Okay. What were your roles and responsibilities as the Director of Operations at the campaign?
Pretty much the same thing. There was a limited amount of people in 2017 through 2020, the beginning of 2020. So I reviewed contracts, managed and approved a lot of the expenses that went out.
Okay.
And then because it was so limited, just managing schedules and stuff.
What does the campaign do when, I mean, obviously I understand what a political campaign is to some extent, never run one. But help me understand what a campaign does after an election.
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, vague and ambiguous, calls for speculation. What election are you talking about, John?
Do you understand my question, Mr. Dollman?
I believe so.
Okay, then you can answer it.
So if after an election, right, normally a campaign would run into the RNC or the DNC if it was a Democrat. So we just continued fundraising as an entity and then helping support other candidates that were also aligned with the president.
Okay. Why would staffing, I think I know the answer, but why would staffing shrink after an election?
There's less going on, right? So we're not buying as many ads. We're not running a lot of rallies or events.
Why is Donald J. Trump for President Inc. still, I guess, a viable political campaign? Why is it still going?
Calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical, irrelevant. You can answer if you know, Sean.
Well, it'll actually, every campaign does this, right? So after an election, there's still FEC compliance, there's still a wind down period of a campaign. So as the campaign, you still have the responsibility to the donors and then also to the FEC to make sure that everything's recorded properly, and then the wind down, just normal business process.
Do you know, as we sit here today, whether I guess Donald J. Trump for President Inc. is going to continue to exist with, I guess, another presidential candidacy by Donald Trump in mind or in effort?
Objection, totally irrelevant. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Do you know if there's any current intent to wind down, as you put it, the campaign?
Same objection.
There is?
So again, I said, are you asking?
Yeah, you discussed the winding down of the campaign, and what I'm trying to understand is, at what part of a sunset or not, I guess, let me re-ask that, where do you sit as CFO with the future of Donald J. Trump for President Inc. as a campaign?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, not reasonably calculated to lead to discoverable evidence. John, what's the relevance of this to the case at all?
You understand my question?
Are you asking myself that?
Yes.
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you know if there's a timeline currently to wind down or close out Donald J. Trump for President Inc.?
Objection, same objections. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Are you accepting the advice of counsel to not answer that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your educational background, Mr. Dollman?
I have 3 degrees in management, finance, and then a minor in marketing.
Where from and when?
Northern Arizona University in December 2012. Any
law school?
No, sir.
Okay. So you are not a lawyer. You have had no legal training. Is that fair?
That's 100% accurate.
Okay. Do you have any other roles do you have any other jobs?
Currently?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
So I run a company that is also winding down, but ran the media for the campaign, media purchasing.
What do you mean also winding down?
We're also closing out that entity because
Okay.
the campaign is no longer around or actually doing business.
Is that American Made Media Holding?
Yes, sir.
What does American Made Media Holding do?
So it organizes all the subcontractors to purchase media for the campaign.
Okay. And what is your current role with American Made Media Holding?
The owner.
Okay. How long have you been owner of American Made Media Holding?
I think we established it April 2018.
Does American Made Media Holding have any other clients? Well, I guess I need to ask this question. Is Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. a client of American Made Media Holding?
Yes, sir.
And does American Made Media Holding have other clients currently other than Donald J. Trump for President, Inc.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. still a client of American Made Media Holding?
I think that was why I hesitated answering your last question, because Donald J. Trump for President Inc. is no longer purchasing media,
Okay. And why not?
because it's no longer a campaign.
Okay. What do you mean it's no longer a campaign?
It's winding down. So there's no media spend, and we legally cannot purchase media.
Okay. Do you know if there is a timetable for the winding down of the campaign?
Objection, irrelevant. Not reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Okay. Has American Made Media Holding received approximately $166 million from Donald J. Trump for President, Inc.?
Roughly, yes, sir.
And that was in media buy services?
Yes, sir.
Does that include production of the media?
In some cases, yes, sir.
Yesterday, I was sent a Dropbox of, let's see, 25 or 26. Bear with me. I believe 24 videos with a message from your counsel that said, here's a Dropbox link with campaign ads relevant to Mr. Dollman's deposition. And there were 24 campaign ads. Do you know how those are relevant to your deposition?
Yes, sir.
How?
Because we were trying to correct the narrative that Omarosa was publicly saying about the president and the campaign.
Okay. And what narrative did you have to correct?
Pretty much every statement that she was saying about the campaign.
Okay. Anything specifically that you had to correct?
That the president is racist and sexist.
You don't, is it true that the president is racist?
No, sir.
How well do you know Donald J. Trump?
Just not well to the point of like personal relationship or anything. Enough to speak with him once, but that's it.
You've spoken with him once?
Yes, sir.
So would you agree with me that Omarosa Manigault Newman knows Donald Trump better than Sean Dollman does?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how long Omarosa Manigault Newman has known Mr. Trump?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
I think it was 15 or so years.
Okay. Do you know if she's spoken with him more than one time?
Same objections.
I would assume so.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether, I believe it was racist and sexist. Do you have an opinion as to whether Donald J. Trump is sexist?
No, sir.
You don't have an
Do I
opinion?
have an opinion? No, I don't believe he is, sir.
Okay. Is someone free to have an opinion in this country about whether somebody is racist or sexist?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. Calls for legal conclusion. Vague and ambiguous as to the term free. You can answer if you understand it, Sean.
Can you say it again, sir?
Yeah, is someone allowed in the United States of America to have an opinion about whether they consider somebody else racist?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for legal conclusion. You can answer if you understand, Sean.
Yes, sir.
And is somebody allowed to have an opinion in this country about whether they consider somebody sexist?
Same objection.
Yes, sir.
Did you find the statements that, we'll come back to that. Let's do this. Can you see any portion of my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it says campaign ads 1 through 24.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you now see a video uploading or booting up?
Negative. All I see is the highlighted campaign.
Now can you?
No, sir.
Okay. If I play this video, can you let me know if you can watch it?
Donald Trump, everything he stands for.
No, sir.
We can hear it, but not see it, John.
Okay, let me fix that. Okay, sharing my screen now. Let's try now.
President Donald Trump.
Can you see that?
Still says starting screen sharing.
Okay.
John, you should open the video before you start your screen sharing.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Aha. Now do you see the intro to the video?
No, sir.
It's got a green box around it like you do.
President Donald Trump.
So you can hear that but not see it?
Yes, sir.
Same for you, Beth. Are you not seeing that on your end?
Exactly. I can hear it, but not see it.
Share all participants.
Everything he stands for. I believe in. I stand for.
Same.
Same, sir.
Same.
Pulled up videos last time. I'm not quite sure why it's not pulling it up. Can you see my desktop?
No, sir.
Let me know if anything changes. Video. There we go. Let's try this way.
President Donald.
I assume you can't see that.
No,
I can see it.
Oh, can you? All right. So you can see that commercial, Mr. Dollman?
Yes, sir.
Let's watch it.
President Donald Trump, everything he stands for, I believe in. I stand with him. I fight with him. I ride with him.
How do you feel about President Trump?
I'm very honored and grateful that he was, signed the First Step Act. So I have nothing but respect and thankfulness for that.
I can do everything. I want to thank President Donald John Trump. Woo!
I love President Trump because to him, every life matters. Lives of African Americans, lives of all races. He's about unity and togetherness, and that's one of the main reasons why I voted for this president.
We are reminded of our nation's path toward civil rights and the work that still remains to be done.
Was that a commercial that was, I guess, produced or distributed by American Made Media Holding?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
Again, for correcting the narrative that Omarosa was publicly saying.
What specifically?
That President Trump is racist.
Go on to 2, which is a 35-second ad.
I'm blessed to be able to run inner city youth programs and to also teach in prisons.
Can you see that video?
Yes, sir.
Across America. The inmates in my federal prison program literally receive days off their sentence just for attending my class. And that's thanks to President Donald Trump and his First Step Act. President Trump cared about these Americans and their families, even when so many others had left them behind and had written them off. I'm forever grateful for President Trump for that.
Okay, referring to, I guess, campaign ad number 2 that was sent to us. Was that produced or distributed by American Made Media Holding?
The objection, compound, vague and ambiguous as to produced or distributed.
Sure. Was that commercial campaign ad number 2? And we'll attach 1 as exhibit 1 and 2 as exhibit 2 to this deposition and go on through with that nomenclature, which we'll delineate as we go forward. But was campaign ad number 2 produced by American Made Media Holding?
Vague and ambiguous as to produce. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
Paid for by American Made Media through a subcontractor. So the subcontractor actually produced it.
Okay, who was the subcontractor?
For that one, it was either We Are Politics. There was a couple, so that was actually during convention, right? So there was a couple different entities that produced and put the videos together for convention.
Okay. Where were these distributed? Where was that one distributed, I guess?
That would have been digital, and then also during convention.
Okay, digital, who was the focus of the digital campaign?
Anybody that will watch it for the campaign.
Was it targeted towards African Americans?
I think it was targeted to voters.
Okay. What role, if any, did American Made Media Holdings have with campaign ad number 2?
I don't understand that question. Can you rephrase it?
What did American Made Media Holding have anything to do with whether production or distribution with campaign ad number 2 that we just watched?
It would have paid for the production of the campaign and then also the distribution through digital assets or even during the convention.
Okay. Are you aware of any statements Omarosa Manigault Newman made in any way disparaging or discussing the First Step Act?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know any comments, or can you identify any comments Omarosa Manigault Newman made about African-American inmates or Trump's treatment of African-American inmates?
Same objections.
No, sir.
Okay. So is it your contention that this campaign ad was designed to be a counter narrative of comments Omarosa Manigault Newman made?
Yes, sir.
How?
Racism. She said the president was racist.
Okay. So just putting in an ad which features African Americans contradicts racism? Doesn't that actually, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you said features African Americans. So I don't think that just because it features African Americans contradicts racism, but promoting and permanently funding HBCUs and then also the First Step Act and everything, yes, it does.
What is racism?
What is racism?
Yeah, you've used the word a couple times and said Omarosa was guilty of portraying Donald Trump as a racist. What is racism?
She actually said
his definition of racism.
His definition. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. What he's referring to related to racism.
Yeah, I'm referring to Omarosa's comment of saying that the president is racist, not comments of like what is speculating or what the definition of racism is, but she said that the president is racist. So that comment of saying that he's racist that's what we were trying to correct. My definition of racism is someone that someone that hates or despises or dislikes another individual based off of the color of their skin.
Merely dislikes, not has preferential treatment towards one's own race.
Say that again. Sorry, I need to turn it up.
Is having preferential treatment towards one's own race racism?
Incomplete hypothetical. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you understand.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. My understanding of and I realize racism is a complex topic, so I don't want to just say one sentence is your definition of racism, but you discussed how, I guess being negative to one race is racism, but I'm asking whether preferential treatment, so white people preferring white people, is that racism in your definition?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you understand, Sean.
Yeah, I didn't say a certain race, right? I said anybody or any human or anything by the color of their skin. So you can be white and not like white people, right? And be racist against your own race.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to number 3.
I caught my very first felony conviction at 16 years old. I was arrested for a string of bank robberies. And as I laid on that stainless steel cell, shackled by my hands and my feet, I heard God utter into my spirit, "My son, I honored what you asked me to do." President Trump, he had made a bunch of promises. Let me just be transparent. When he first started talking about the things he was going to do, I'm sitting there going, wait a minute here. I mean, is he serious? Because everything that he was saying that he wanted to do was the stuff that needs to be done.
Okay, referring to the ad we just showed you, campaign ad number 3, produced to us by your counsel. How at all did that counteract any disparaging or defamatory comment by Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Objection, compound, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
Can you say that again? I apologize.
Yeah, just curious about campaign ad number 3 and why that was produced to us.
Because the president promised that he was gonna be there for the American people, and this video right here said he kept his promises, and what he said he was gonna do, he's gonna do, and it didn't matter what race you were or anything. He's gonna look out for the American individuals and families, which are the promises he made.
And what specifically did Omarosa Manigault Newman that contradicted any of that or disparaged any of that?
She said he was racist.
Okay. Did she comment about that specific incarcerated African-American man?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you know, Sean.
Not to my knowledge, I'm unsure of that.
Okay. Everything Trump is saying, oh gosh, I think there was a line in there. Bear with me.
I caught my very minute here. I mean, is he serious? Because everything that he was saying that he wanted to do was the stuff that needs to be done.
Okay. Everything he said, and it's actually on screen, everything he said he was going to do needed to be done. Did Omarosa Manigault Newman say anything about Mr. Trump that contradicted that statement?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you know, Sean.
Statements and public statements of being a racist, I would say, would make it to where she said that he is not going to actually help all Americans, just specific Americans. So I would say in a roundabout way, yes, but specifically to that, I'm unsure.
Okay. Was Omarosa the only person in the entire world calling Donald Trump a racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. Vegas to time. You can answer if you know, Sean.
In the entire world, no, sir.
Okay. Attach 3 is plaintiff's exhibit 3. Moving on to campaign ad 4. What was that for? No, this is the human side.
Back in 2002, I was arrested for conspiracy. I was convicted on that single charge for 50 grams or more of crack or 5 kilograms of cocaine, and sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. With the First Step Act, that was something that needed to be done for quite some time. And President Trump was able to come in there. You have to look at the human side.
The human side, was that an ad in any way done or distributed by American-made media holding?
Vegas to done or distributed. You can answer if you know, Sean.
We paid a subcontractor for production of that ad, yes.
And then you, American-made, distributed it?
Vegas to the term distributed? You can answer, Sean.
We paid for the distribution of it, yes.
Okay. And do you know where that one was distributed?
That one looks like it was obviously a digital ad, and I would think by the production of it, possibly also for the convention as well.
Okay. Do you know if that was targeted to African-American individuals or African-American communities?
I think it was more of the First Step Act and then the president's policy to get the First Step Act through.
Can one, bear with me on this hypothetical, can one pass pro-African-American legislation and still be racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete, hypothetical. You can answer the question if you understand it, Sean.
I think if you're truly racist, then you probably wouldn't promote and push legislation to help a certain race. So no, I don't think so.
Okay. So if you're truly racist, you're going to do nothing to help a certain race, even if it benefits you.
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete, hypothetical. You can answer, Sean.
Are you saying for the benefit of an individual if you're truly racist?
Right. Obviously, these were paid ads to achieve votes, were they not?
They were paid ads to correct a narrative, yes. Right.
For
and
what
then
purpose?
that narrative being, say again, sorry.
What's the purpose of correcting the narrative?
The purpose of correcting a narrative?
Yes.
To get the message to the voters to correct a narrative.
Okay. And so the voters does it matter what somebody thinks or what they do in this instance? Obviously, it seems to me that the purpose was to get, you had a campaign going on. So the purpose was to get votes for Donald Trump, correct?
The purpose is, it's kind of two-sided, right? So if you are going to correct the narrative, you want to make sure that people understand that the president is not racist and he does want to look out for the American people, and it doesn't matter what race you are, but also that if you are borderline or on the edge of a vote, then yes, like it is to let them know that if your vote is because of a racism thing that other individuals said, then it's to correct the narrative.
Do you have the name of any individual who said they did not vote for Donald Trump because Omarosa Manigault Newman said he was racist?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have a name of any individual who said he or she did not vote for Donald J. Trump because he was sexist, because Omarosa said he was sexist?
No, sir.
Okay.
Also, to follow up on that, it's not like I have a very big circle of individuals I talk to daily. So
okay. But your company got paid $166 million to run a campaign for Donald Trump. Did you spend any of that on polling to determine what Donald Trump's true opinion was in the African-American community, or what the African-American community's true opinion was of Donald Trump?
You're asking about the campaign or the separate entity that did media buying?
I mean, that's the problem with this. Okay, fair enough. With the $166 million received by American-made media holding, did they conduct any focus groups to determine whether Omarosa Manigault Newman's expressed opinion that Donald Trump was racist was in need of counter messaging? Is there any focus group on that?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
American-made media consultants or holding never spent money on polling. It is not actually media driven, right? So the polling is more internal for the campaign.
So why did either well, I guess, why did Donald J. Trump for President Inc. feel that, like, on what did Donald J. Trump for President Inc. base its decision that it needed to run these at least 24 campaign ads because of Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, John, if you know.
Probably from polling.
Can you cite to any poll? Do we know who did the polling?
That was not my role on the campaign, so I cannot cite to.
Okay. Moving on to campaign ad number 5, which will attach as Exhibit 5.
Well, it's an overwhelming feeling, and I'm just glad to be free.
Eric Balcom has waited 16 years for this moment. His first breaths of freedom after being released from federal prison in Jessup, Georgia.
I can't be bitter about all that I've missed. Come on, pick you up. I just gotta be thankful and grateful for the new memories that I can make.
What is the First Step Act, to your understanding?
Calls for a legal conclusion, lacks foundation, calls for speculation. You can answer if you have an understanding, Sean.
I believe it's to shorten a sentence for an individual, or I guess that would probably be it, for like good behavior and for crimes that may not have been, and this is just what I think it is, I'm not really sure, right? Crimes that where they got more time or more sentence than it just didn't fit the crime.
Okay. And I don't want to ask you a question I've already asked you. I think this is different, but can one, well, let me go back to this commercial, campaign ad number 5. Can you point to any statement by Omarosa Manigault Newman that addressed any of the issues in campaign number 5, Mr. Balcom, First Step Act, anything related to those issues?
Objection, compound, vague and ambiguous, vague as to any of the issues. Sean, you can answer if you understand the question.
Specific statements, not off the top of my head. Multiple statements on television, Twitter, radio. I would say yes.
Okay. Again, the general comments related to racism and Donald Trump, right?
Correct.
Okay. Campaign ad 6. Omarosa's Exhibit 6.
I stand for all his policies, both religiously and politically. He's already done so much for the country, and he's really doing a great job. As far as abortion goes, that was one of my big issues. I very heavily stand for the unborn, and so his policies as far as that goes has really, really affected me.
Do you know Donald Trump's true opinions about abortion?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, vague as to true opinions. You can answer if you know.
Okay. Sean. All right. No, sir.
Okay. I see a trend with 4, 5, 6, 3. They're isolated African-American individuals. Did you meet any of these individuals?
Objection, mischaracterizes the advertisements, compound. You can You can answer, Sean, if you understand.
No, sir.
Okay. Did you discuss whether they believed, I mean, I understand they were a proponent of the First Step Act or Donald Trump's abortions policies, but do you know whether these individual people featured in the commercial would believe that, or would have any views about whether or not Donald Trump is a racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, mischaracterizes the videos. You can answer, Sean, if you understand.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. I'm just trying to understand, like Mr. Balcom or the young lady who was talking about Donald Trump's abortion views, and that's why she supported him. Do you know whether they hold any views whatsoever about whether, even though they agree with him on certain issues, that they feel that Donald Trump is a racist?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, mischaracterizes the videos. You can answer, Sean.
No, sir.
Okay. Omarosa exhibit, that was 6, so we're going to 7. Based upon the shape of that one, was that an Instagram ad? Do you know where that ad aired, campaign 6?
No, sir.
Okay.
I would assume digital based off of the look of it.
Okay. Do you have, or does the campaign have either American-made media holding or the campaign maintain the statistics for where these ads aired and how much was paid for each one?
We have a rough estimate as of right now because it is multiple ads going out at one time.
Okay.
But if we had to dive down into it, we would be able to pull the dollar amount and where.
Did Omarosa Manigault Newman address anything that you're aware of about Donald Trump's opinions on abortion?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
Can you repeat that again, please, sir?
Yeah, the campaign ad number 6 largely was addressed on abortion policies. Just do you know whether Omarosa Manigault Newman made any statements about, or can you identify any statements made by Omarosa Manigault Newman about Trump's abortion policies?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, mischaracterizes the advertisement. You can answer, Sean.
No, sir.
Okay. Campaign ad number 7, exhibit number 7.
Hi, friends. I'm C.L. Bryant. Black Voices for Trump is building a MAGA army across America to do everything we possibly can to get President Donald John Trump reelected. Why? Because he has been the greatest champion that Black people have had in this country for a long, long time. Help us, Black Voices for Trump, reelect Donald John Trump to the presidency. Become an official member of Black Voices for Trump and help keep America great.
Referring to campaign ad number 7, I guess let me ask a prerequisite question. What's the difference between a fact and an opinion?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you have an understanding, Sean.
A fact and an opinion?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it sounds dumb, but a fact is a fact. Like there's actual hard telling truth behind it. And then an opinion is your own formed belief about an individual or anything, right?
As Pastor Bryant said, that Donald Trump has been the greatest champion for Black people. Is that a fact or an opinion?
Objection calls for legal conclusion, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you have an understanding.
What was the entire comment that he said? Wasn't it in a long, long time?
Let me get it specifically correct.
Because anything out of context, I guess, would be.
Reelected. Why? Because he has been the greatest champion that Black people have had in this country for a long, long time. Help us, Black Voices for Trump, reelect Donald John Trump to the presidency. Become an official member of Black Voices for Trump and help keep America great.
You were correct. So the subtitle, so I can read it. I believe the quote was, Donald Trump has been the greatest champion that Black people have had in this country for a long, long time. Is that a fact or an opinion?
Objection calls for legal conclusion, relevance. You can answer if you have an understanding, Sean.
I believe that's a fact.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, here's the issue, though. It depends on, it's an opinion and a fact to me, right? The fact is, every other president before Donald Trump has said that they're going to look out for the African American community and other communities within America, and they haven't. President Trump actually did stick to his promises, so that's a fact.
Okay. It didn't say president.
For the
and I don't want to argue. Sorry. It says that Donald Trump has been the greatest champion, the greatest single. How many greatest champions are there?
Objection. Sorry, John, did you finish?
Yeah. Well, let me start over. I guess it's the pastor's words. Was Dr. King a greater champion for Black people in this country than Donald Trump?
Objection. Relevance. Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. Incomplete hypothetical. Sean, you can answer it. Do you have an understanding of the question?
No, I guess I don't understand the question. Can you please rephrase it?
Was Dr. Martin Luther King, do you know who Dr. Martin Luther King is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was Dr. Martin Luther King a greater champion for Black people than Donald Trump?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. Vague as to greater champion. Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you have an understanding of the question.
I think it's relevant to a time, right? So was he greater at that time? Obviously, because Donald Trump wasn't around, but was Michael Jordan the greatest basketball player of all time? Was he better than LeBron James? That's your problem, right? So it's not within the same time and within the same time frame.
Donald Trump didn't exist at the same time as Dr. King?
Say again?
Did Donald Trump exist at the same time as Dr. King?
Vague as to exist.
Did they live in the same?
What I mean by that is, like, in the champion, or in the, like, champion for African Americans, right? So it wasn't the same, not even the same time frame. No.
Okay. Do you know how old Donald Trump is?
Early 70s.
Okay. Is Barack Obama, was Barack Obama a greater champion for Black people than Donald Trump?
Objection. Vague as to greater champion. Incomplete hypothetical. Relevance. You can answer, Sean, if you have an understanding.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. But that's what I'm trying to get at, is that's your opinion. Somebody could believe that Obama was far greater than Donald Trump for the African American and civil rights, right? That's a matter of opinion, right?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion. Incomplete hypothetical. You can answer, Sean.
I think it still is based on some type of fact, right? President Obama was great for the African American community in the fact that he was president and he did have a lot of policies, but I think President Trump actually stuck to his promises. And again, I get what you're saying, that it is an opinion, but I think there is some factual background.
Did President Obama ever call African American countries shithole countries?
Objection. Call for speculation. Lacks foundation. Relevance. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Did Donald Trump ever call African nations shithole countries?
Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I do not.
We'll come back to that. Campaign ad number 8.
I'm free to hug my family. I'm free to start over. This is the greatest day of my life. My heart is just bursting with gratitude. I want to thank President Donald John Trump. Woo!
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Did Miss Johnson in campaign ad number 8, Exhibit 8, express her opinion about whether or not Donald Trump was a racist?
I do not know.
Okay. Did the fact that she said, I mean, what comment by Omarosa Manigault Newman in any way was contradicted by Alice Johnson saying, I'm free to start over, my heart is just bursting? I mean, was there anything that Miss Newman said about Miss Johnson, or I guess the First Step Act? I know we've asked that, but I just want to go through all these commercials.
Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
I think it still goes back to the fact that she said he was racist.
Okay. So far, we're at campaign ad number 8, and what I'm seeing is, in order to respond to an allegation of racist, that Donald Trump was racist, American-made media holding made a lot of money finding African Americans who support Donald Trump. Is that correct?
Objection. Misstates his testimony, misstates the videos, compound, argumentative. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
That's false.
What's false?
That American-made media holding made a lot of money off of this. 160.
Do you know what portion of the $166 million was made off of these 24 ads?
None.
None.
Correct.
Why?
Yeah. Say again?
Why?
Because American-made media consulting was the media aggregate and purchaser who hired subcontractors to fulfill the request.
You don't get a contingency or placement fee? Does American-made media get a contingent fee or a placement fee or any percentage of the amount spent on this campaign?
No, sir.
Okay. Was this intentionally done pro bono, or is it? I guess I need to understand how American-made media holding was compensated.
vague as to intentional, vague and ambiguous as to pro bono. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
So American-made media consultants or holding company was not compensated based off of a per purchase or a percentage, correct?
Okay, so there was was it a monthly rate or a annual rate that American-made media holding negotiated with Donald J. Trump for President Inc.?
Objection misstates his testimony. You can answer if you know, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm failing to see how it's relevant to this, but yes, a monthly fee retainer.
Okay. Of which this work was part of the work done towards that retainer, right?
Correct, among others, yes.
Okay, so these 24 ads weren't produced out of the kindness of a American-made media holdings heart.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to out of the kindness of their heart. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
Can you say that again, sir? I apologize.
Let's just move on to number 9. I'll withdraw the question.
I'm an Army vet. I was homeless. I was sleeping in my car and didn't have any hope for a long time.
Then Tony Rankin was offered a second chance. President Trump's opportunity zones gave new investments to neglected communities, and jobs are coming back.
Life is good now. Life is worth living. The president does want to help people like myself to be lifted back up in these low-income communities.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
That screen right there, where you see Donald Trump, J. Trump with some legislation or executive order or some document. Do you know what that is?
No, sir.
Okay.
What the document itself is, or
Correct.
the location? I do not know the document. No.
I think we all know the location. Do you know who the people are in that picture?
No, sir.
Did Omarosa Manigault Newman ever say, or can you point to a statement where she said that the Congress or Donald Trump did not invest in neglected communities?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
No, sir. Not an individual statement.
John, when we're at a good breaking point, I mean, maybe you're not there yet, but can you just let me know?
I mean, I've got 13 more videos to go, so it's whenever.
Are you done asking questions about that video?
Yeah, that
Perhaps?
video I'm done.
Okay, so can we just take 5 minutes?
Sure.
Thank you.
It would be off the record for 5 minutes.
The court reporter is back.
We can start. Looks like everybody's back. Let me know when you're ready, Miss Beth.
I'm ready.
Okay. Going back to campaign ad number, I think it was 9. We were on this screen. Can you see that screen of Donald Trump holding some legislation or executive order?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see Omarosa pictured there?
No, sir.
Okay. Same event. Do you see Omarosa pictured there?
I can't see everybody's face, but
Let me play it. And we'll attach this as Omarosa Manigault Newman's Exhibit 9B. So I don't get off of my numbers. I know that's going to be confusing, but it'll make sense better. It'll make it better later on.
So this is historically black colleges and universities executive order, very important to all of us. This group has been fantastic, many of which we were with yesterday, and really developed something very special. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, also, Mike, for being here. This is a very important moment, and a moment that means a great deal to me. This month has been a wonderful opportunity to celebrate African American history and to begin working together to create a better future for African Americans and universities and colleges and everything that is African American. Today we're taking action to help make that future happen and that future better. Historically, black colleges and universities are incredibly important institutions woven into the fabric of our history, just about like no other. Church is very important, right? Yes, right. Colleges and universities. Come here. My defender, he's on there. Education has the power to uplift. It has the power to transform, and perhaps most important, education has the power to create greater equality and justice in our lives. That's why today I'm thrilled to be signing an executive order to recognize the importance of historically black college and universities. Very important. They have played such an important role in achieving progress for African Americans and in our nation's march for justice. HBCUs have been really pillars of the African American community for more than 150 years. Amazing job. And a grand and enduring symbol of America at its absolute best. And I congratulate you all to say that.
Thank you.
With this executive order, we will make HBCUs a priority in the White House, an absolute priority.
All right.
They're not a priority, but that's okay. And we will pledge our support to you, your mission, and our shared mission of bringing education and opportunity to all of our people. And so I just want to congratulate, these are very, very special people surrounding me. You've done an amazing job. It's not easy. Nothing's easy. But you've done an amazing job, and I just want to congratulate you all, and I want to thank you on behalf of our country. And I'm going to sign this.
Thank you. So thank you.
And this is really fantastic. Who's going to get that?
Go back for a second. I believe the gentleman on the right is Jacksonville's own Nat Glover, former sheriff. And I'm pretty certain right behind him is Omarosa Manigault Newman. So if Omarosa Manigault Newman was at that event, would you agree with me that that was probably that portions of that commercial, which we're referring to commercial number 9, were while Omarosa Manigault Newman was still employed by the White House?
Call for speculation lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I do not know her employment at this moment in this video.
Okay. Do you agree with me that that's her?
I cannot see.
Let me ask her. Miss Manigault Newman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is that you behind Mr. Glover?
Yes, that's me, and my husband is also behind Mr. Glover, John
I
Allen Newman.
I see John Newman. Okay. Thank you. Do you know who wrote Donald Trump's very words that he read that day?
Call for speculation, lacks foundation.
No, sir, this is not a campaign event, so.
Okay. Would you be surprised to learn that Omarosa Manigault Newman actually wrote the words that Donald Trump spoke that day that were then featured in a commercial used to, I guess, as a anti-defamation campaign? Does that sound like
call for speculation, lacks foundation, vague as the anti-defamation campaign? Sean, you can answer if you understand the question.
I would think it's to promote the legislation.
Right. Okay. So what was the purpose of commercial number 9?
Was that the one we were currently on?
Yeah, not the clip from the actual bill signing, but this Tony Rankin commercial. I'll play it again.
I'm an army vet. I was homeless. I was sleeping in my car and didn't have any hope for a long time.
Then Tony Rankin was offered a second chance. President Trump's opportunity zones gave new investments to neglected communities, and jobs are coming back.
Life is good now. Life is worth living. The president does want to help people like myself too be lifted back up in these low-income communities.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Did that commercial have anything to do with historically Black colleges and universities, or that executive order related to HBCUs?
Vague has anything to do with. Sorry, Sean, you can.
No, you go ahead. Go for it.
Speculation, lacks foundation. Sorry, Sean, you can answer now.
It did not sound like it, sir.
Isn't it? I mean, again, we're dealing with opinions here, but these commercials were all to show, I guess, Donald Trump wasn't racist or counteract messaging by Omarosa that he was racist, correct?
Yeah, I think these commercials did what you said, but also to show the legislation that the president was promoting, but also, yeah, I think that's it.
Including promoted legislation he was promoting while Omarosa Manigault Newman worked with him.
Objection, vague and ambiguous, misstates the videos, misstates the witness's testimony. You can answer, Sean.
I'm not too sure on the entire time frame of when Omarosa worked with the president of the White House.
We're only 9 through, but why was it so important? I mean, I feel like we've got a lot of, out of 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 that feature incarcerated African Americans or formerly incarcerated African Americans. Is that racist?
I think the legislation that incarcerated them was disproportionately affecting that community. So yes, I believe that there was some basis of racism prior to President Trump being in office.
Right, but the commercials themselves targeting African Americans who were involved with the criminal process, isn't that, I mean, disproportionately characterizing African Americans as criminals?
I don't believe so. I think the legislation, like I said before, has disproportionately targeted African Americans, and the community has felt the effects of that legislation. And what we were trying to do was promote the legislation that President Trump was trying to get passed or sign that would help other communities that were affected by that disproportionate.
Were there other pieces of legislation to choose from besides the First Step Act that Donald Trump, I guess, enacted, to use your words, that affected or helped African Americans?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, misstates his testimony. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
Was there other legislation that would help the African American community?
Yes.
Permanently funding HBCUs, I believe that is primarily the African American community.
Okay.
Low income areas that were affected, again, disproportionately, would help the community. So yes, I believe there's other legislation besides just First Step Act.
Do you know what percentage of increase or decrease Donald Trump got between the 2016 campaign and the 2020 campaign of African American vote?
Also speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
No, sir. Was not part of my role.
Okay. So do you know if these commercials were successful at all?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, vague as to the term successful. You can answer, Sean.
Again, I was not involved in polling, so I am unsure on the effect of the commercials.
Okay, very good. We'll move on to plaintiff defendants 10.
And I apologize. I have a trash dumpster being dumped outside, so it might get a little loud.
Okay, I can't hear it, but let me know if you need to take a break.
Donald Trump, for a few minutes, challenges and opportunities to embrace the underserved communities. Beyond that, in terms of reaching out and being inclusive, he's done that too. He came to our business meeting here in New York because he has this sense of the curious and a will to risk to make things better.
Do you know where campaign ad 10 aired?
No, sir.
Okay. Did Jesse Jackson endorse Donald Trump or Joe Biden in the 2020 election?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
You don't know. Do you know how old that footage was of Jesse Jackson?
Samuel Jackson.
No, sir.
Why Jesse Jackson? Do you know who chose, do you know who chose to use old footage of Jesse Jackson in that commercial?
No, sir.
Do you know Jesse Jackson's current opinion on whether or not he believes Donald Trump is a racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
No, sir.
Do you know of any comments Omarosa Manigault Newman made about Jesse Jackson or Muhammad Ali or Jennifer Hudson or any other comments on old video of Donald Trump and African-American leaders in this country?
Objection compounds, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
No, sir. Okay. Not to my knowledge.
Fair enough. Campaign ad 11.
Family, pro-growth, and 100% pro-American.
Do you know whether, referring particularly to campaign ad number 11, do you know whether any of those African Americans featured in that ad were paid, compensated?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. Paid minorities to either stand behind him at speeches or in commercials, appear in commercials?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know one way or the other?
I think you said two questions there at once.
Yeah, certainly. I'll break it up. Do you know whether the campaign or its agents or affiliates ever paid African Americans, compensated African Americans to stand behind Trump at campaign events?
No, sir.
You don't know?
No, I am not aware of any payment to African Americans to stand behind President Trump.
Are you aware of whether any minorities were compensated to appear in television ads or internet ads for Donald Trump?
I would believe that using footage of someone else, we would by law have to pay that person for the individual footage. They cannot just give it to the campaign. So that would be a yes to that question.
Okay. Do you know if Jesse Jackson was compensated for the archival footage of him?
No, sir.
That would be Exhibit 11. Moving on to Exhibit 12.
Look around at all those empty plants where people move down and companies move down.
10-second elongated ad. Do you know where those would have aired or been used?
Either it looks like it would have been an Instagram or a snapshot, some digital platform, right? Social.
Something on a phone, probably.
Correct.
Okay. $13. Do you know who the gentleman is in campaign ad 13 with his thumbs up?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if he was compensated?
No, sir.
Do you know if he voted for Donald Trump in 2020?
No, sir.
$14.
Hey guys, it's Corinne Rankin. Black Voices for Trump is launching a nationwide grassroots army of supporters to ensure that President Trump is reelected this November. And we need your help. Go online and sign up for Black Voices for Trump to become an official member and to have your voice heard. Because together We are going to keep America great.
Do you know whose decision it was to use hashtag woke in campaign ads?
No, sir.
Do you know who Corin Rankin is?
I've heard the name, but no, sir, I'm not familiar.
Was that grassroots support successful?
Objection called for speculation, lacks foundation, vague and ambiguous as to successful. You can answer, Sean, if you understand the question.
I am not confident on whether it is or was or wasn't successful. And I don't want to assume that.
Okay. I guess what was the goal of the ad we just watched?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
So there's coalitions on a campaign, and each coalition is responsible for helping to drive vote for the president. And I would think that one was for helping to build the Black Voices Coalition. Okay. And continue to build that group to have more vote or more social network appearances. Like it's a good way to push message. So.
I guess with the ultimate goal of getting Donald Trump reelected with minority support.
The objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
I mean, you want the support of all voters.
Okay. Well, I'm in 14 ads that were produced to me for your testimony, and they're all heavily featuring African Americans, and I'm just, why?
Objection asked and answered. You can answer again if you'd like, Sean.
Okay, I mean, it's a coalition. It's more of when you have coalitions, you direct the message to individuals and what's important to them to help promote and drive vote for the president.
Okay, what does this have to do with Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Objection asked and answered. You can answer again, Sean.
Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah. Campaign ad number 14. What does that have to do with, if anything, with Omarosa Manigault Newman?
It's just part of our drive on the coalition to correct the narrative.
Why are only, so far, I mean, we got 10 more to go, but why are only African Americans featured in ads to correct a narrative about whether Donald Trump's racist?
Call for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you know, Sean.
No, I didn't create the ads, but my assumption in being a part of a campaign is you normally would direct ads to individuals based off of others they associate with. And so you kind of tailor ads to those individuals. It's just the same as any other coalition.
So I don't want to misstate your words. Black people only associate with Black people?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Objection misstates his testimony. Argumentative. You can answer, Sean.
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying.
That's what I want to give you a point to clarify, because you just said that.
Yeah, I realize.
Thank you. What did you mean by you're focused on people that other people are associated with?
Associated with, or like if you said someone is racist, right? And then you realize that other individuals actually support the president of the same race as you, you would be more in line. Like if you were African American and only seeing white people on ads, how does that correct the president and that narrative of being racist?
But I mean, so I guess it was the campaign strategy to use race-driven messages to counteract a racist narrative.
Objection, misstates the testimony, argumentative, vague and ambiguous, lacks foundation, calls for speculation. You can answer, Sean, if you understand.
Yeah, I apologize, John. Can you not rephrase that, just restate it for me?
Yeah, sure. I imagine I'm a white guy. Okay. White people, a lot of white people don't like racists either, right?
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer, Sean, if you understand.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So why target only African Americans with this campaign?
Objection, misstates his testimony.
That would assume that the messaging is only going out to African Americans, correct? I mean, like you said, white people also don't like, or I individually don't like racism. I believe that the majority of white people don't like racism, and it would go to everybody, right?
Okay.
Not just individuals based on race.
Do you know how long there's been a narrative that Donald Trump was racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
No, sir.
Back to that. 15. Let's run on to 15, which would be Exhibit 15.
Hey, this is Paris Denard. Black Voices for Trump is building a grassroots coalition of leaders from all across the country, and we need your help. We need you to sign up today to join Black Voices for Trump so you can help us ensure that President Trump is reelected in November. Let your voice be heard. Sign up today. Let's do it together.
Are you familiar with Mr. Denard?
No, sir.
Okay. I think starting with campaign ad 16, which will be defendants 16, we get into the sexism issues. Let me see if I'm right. This would be defendant 16.
Hey, it's Dr. Gina Loudon with Women for Trump. We need your support now more than ever to help President Donald Trump win re-election this November and to continue fighting for the issues that matter most to us, to women. Click below to sign up to join the movement. Let your voice be heard.
So tell me about, do you know where that ad was aired?
It looks like a digital ad.
Okay. And why was that ad aired?
Dr. Loudon is on Fox a lot. I think she's a well-known person. So trying to build a coalition of women for Trump.
And why is that in any way relevant to Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Because of her public statements of saying that the president is sexist.
Okay. Let's go to a different video, which we'll label as 16B. Are you familiar with the Access Hollywood tape?
Yes, sir.
What happened there?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
There was recordings that were given to the news networks.
Why did that? Why is that significant?
Objection, Vegas is significant. You can answer if you know, Sean.
Because it was during a 2016 presidential election.
And she used to be great. She's still very beautiful. I moved on her, actually. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and her. She was married.
It's huge news there.
No, Nancy. Yeah. No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hottie. In the purple.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, the Donald has scored.
Whoa.
Oh, my man. Wait, you got to look at me when you get out. You're like,
Set
this up.
That is very
You give me the thumbs
Look
up.
at you. You are a
The thumbs up. You got to get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
else off
first? Yeah, let me.
It's very fun.
You got to give me the thumbs up.
All right, you and I will walk down.
Oh, my God.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's her.
Yeah, that's her, with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the you can do anything.
Look at those legs. All I can see is the legs.
No, it looks good.
Come on, shorty.
Oh, nice legs, huh?
Oof, get out of the way, honey. That's good legs. Go ahead.
It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the hand.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Mr. Trump, how
nice
are
seeing
you?
you.
Pleasure to
Terrific.
meet you.
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are you?
Nice to see you. How you doing,
Very
Ariane?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
How about a little hug for the Donald? He just got off the
Would you
bus.
like a little hug,
Okay,
darling?
absolutely.
A
Melania
little
said
hug
this
for the
was
bushy.
okay.
I just got off the bus.
Oh, bushy.
There we go. Excellent. Well,
Come
you've
on.
got a nice co-star here.
Good.
Yes, absolutely.
After you.
All right, I think we're going to sneak on this way through Jay Leno.
Okay.
Ariana, are there any love scenes or anything in the show?
Today, there's a lot of begging from me.
Really?
Yes.
You were going to beg him for attention, for an apprenticeship, for
To get married.
to get married.
Ah, that's
wow.
what it
How
is.
do you feel about that?
That's okay. I have to look at a script.
Yes. Oh.
Have
well,
you studied the
luckily,
script?
I have. We're going to continue going this way.
Do you have a script for me?
I got a script for you.
Okay, good.
And luckily, I do all the talking. So
Oh, good.
Just stand there and look handsome. And
Well,
you'll be
that's good.
We'll cut that off at 2:49. Were these comments of, I mean, going back to what's fact and what's opinion, someone saying, I moved on her like a bitch, is that sexist?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation, calls for legal conclusion. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion.
I actually don't have opinion on that. I don't believe it is, but I also, I don't believe it is.
When you're a star, you can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. A comment like that, is that sexist?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical, calls for legal conclusion. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion on it.
I don't have an opinion.
Okay. And what did Omarosa say that attributed Donald Trump to being sexist?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. Sean, you can you can testify to statements you recall off the top of your head. Obviously, there's hundreds of them at issue in the case.
I have no statements off the top of my head, but there are multiple occasions.
Okay. And is it a matter of fact that Donald Trump's not sexist? Or is that opinion?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion. Vague and ambiguous. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
No, I don't. I think that of what you see. Can you rephrase that?
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out.
So part of this campaign was, and I guess part of the reason that Omarosa is being sued by the campaign is because she said or insinuated or gave examples of Donald Trump being what you said was sexist. And what I'm wondering is well, let me back it up then. What is sexist? What does that mean?
I think that was the same line of racism, except for it goes with someone's gender.
Well, race and sex or gender are two separate things. So what is? Help me understand your definition of sexism, please.
I would say, I don't know how to say it the best way, but not hating, but probably hating someone else based off of their gender.
Hating someone else.
It's a strong word. I think it's could be multiple things, but based on the opinion of gender.
Okay. Are we allowed in this country to grab a woman by the private parts?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Without consent.
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Calls for a legal conclusion. Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer the question.
Let's go to another video, which we'll label 16C.
Donald, do you ever discuss sex with your daughter?
No.
You do not?
No.
You've never sat
And I
her
have
down?
a feeling we're not going to hear.
Yeah, no.
Another embarrassing video from a 2006 Howard Stern show has surfaced. It shows Trump alongside daughter Ivanka and son Don Jr. joking about being a sexual predator.
You know about sexual predators and things like that. I mean,
You are one.
All right, I was going to say that, but it's true.
And I realize Howard Stern's a comedy show, but it is in today's society, is laughing about being called a sexual predator appropriate?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. Misstates the video. Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. Vague and ambiguous is the term appropriate. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
I believe that in context of that, I would say it's probably because it is a comedy show, and it was a long time ago. During those times, I don't think it was frowned upon as it is today.
Okay. We'll go on to 16D.
My daughter is beautiful, Ivanka.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, I go out with somebody, and she's like 21, and she's talking about, what are you doing? And she's studying algebra. And,
So what?
And it's like, it was always embarrassing for me to walk in. It's too young. 30's like a perfect age.
Absolutely. She has enough life experience.
Until she's 35.
Too much life experience.
35. What is it at 35, Howard? It's called checkout time.
And you're probably, I would say, the greatest judge of beauty on this planet. In fact, I would create a TV show for you where all you did was just judge women.
Now, that may be the best idea of all.
It's a simple thing. It's a half hour, and we strip it out all over the
I would
country.
say I'm the all-time judge.
You own this pageant. You go over. You're meeting the girls. And one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
a doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
You're referring to 16D, the CNN clip, is calling a woman a piece of ass sexist?
Objection. Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. Incomplete hypothetical. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion.
I don't have an opinion on it.
Okay. We'll go to 16E.
Is there a way, sorry to interrupt you real quick, is there a way to see the dates? Because it sounded like multiple different videos all pulled together as one.
That video was procured by CNN, and it had the dates in it when each clip occurred.
Where were they?
Okay, let me go back to that one. Nope.
And when did CNN put these out?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Sorry again about the noise.
That's all right.
You hear it.
All right, so going back to 16E, you can see the CNN logo. And then they have various clips from the Howard Stern Show 2002, 2010, 2005, and then CNN logo to close. So I believe this came out during one of the campaigns. Do you dispute that Donald Trump said those things?
Objection, Vegas has said those things.
Yeah, the clips from Donald Trump speaking, do you have a reason to dispute that that was him speaking?
I don't know if it was or wasn't, but I wouldn't. I don't want to assume. Also, the Howard Stern show is definitely different.
And we will go to an old clip from The View. It's fairly short.
Nice to see you. Hey, so Donald, all right, I'm afraid to ask this question, but what would you do? Playboy put Ivanka on the cover of the magazine, and she had not.
This is going to be an interesting answer.
He doesn't even want you to have a drink. I know him. So
it would be really disappointing. Not really, but it would depend on what was inside the magazine.
If she posed, it would be fine. But if they put her picture on,
Yeah, but it depends on what goes inside the magazine.
Well, see, that's her gripe. That's this girl's gripe.
And
People
was
assume
nothing.
there'll be nude photos.
Right, you do assume that with Playboy.
Okay,
but if there weren't, you wouldn't have an issue with it then. If they were using her to...
I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop
You know what? You are sick.
I know, isn't that terrible?
Yeah.
No, how
Well, you're
terrible?
known for saying
Is that
outrageous
terrible?
things,
Weird.
Mr.
Just like
Trump.
me. Who are you, Woody Allen?
I know when we get into Omarosa's comments, there's some comments related to things that Omarosa said about the relationship between Donald Trump and Ivanka. And I guess the question is, would you agree that there's been someone could have a longstanding opinion that Donald Trump has said things that most fathers probably wouldn't say about their daughter, such that if she wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, vague and ambiguous as to long-standing opinion. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
Can you say that again, sir? It sounded more of a statement than a question.
Are you aware that there's been a long-standing narrative that Donald Trump refers to his daughter, Ivanka Trump, in sexual terms?
Vague and ambiguous as to long-standing narrative. You can answer, Sean.
To be honest with you, I was not too familiar with Mr. Trump until the campaign.
Okay. And that was 16E.
I think, Sean, was that E or was that E, the last one you played?
I believe it was E. I have B is Access Hollywood, C as Inside Edition, D is CNN, and E is View.
Okay.
We're going to do one more of these. F, which will be Howard Stern. 3. Oh, maybe not. Audio didn't come down on that one. So we'll substitute 16F with a different Howard Stern clip. I think that's the CNN clip. Okay, well, let me stop at D. We'll strike F. I might do that later. And I guess my question after those few videos is it a fact or an opinion that Donald Trump is sexist?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you have a opinion on that.
I don't believe that Donald Trump is sexist. I would think that would be opinion based.
Okay. Does saying sexist, do you not feel that any of those comments you just saw were sexist?
I don't have an opinion on whether they were or were not sexist.
Okay. We will go to video 17.
John, before we get into that video, can we take another quick break? I got to send a quick email in another,
Sure.
I have 10 minutes.
Sure.
And we can come back at say 12:20 your time, 9:20 our time.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You ready?
Boom. Yes, sir.
Miss Beth?
Ready.
Back on the record at 12:24 with Omarosa Manigault Newman's Exhibit 17, another video produced to us.
Hi everyone, Katrina Campins here. Women for Trump is building a grassroots army of women across the nation who are dedicated to making sure that President Trump is reelected this November, and we need your help. Click below to sign up and let your voice be heard. Together, we will keep America great.
Mr. Dollman, I'm going to use the terms generally versus specifically for this next question. Was ad number 17 created specifically because of Omarosa Manigault Newman or generally because of Omarosa Manigault Newman? Or you can reject that entirely and answer what Omarosa Manigault Newman had to do with 17.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to generally and specifically. Sean, you can answer the question.
I think it was generally putting the women coalition together.
Okay. Would you agree that the Women Coalition was needed as a matter of damage control from tapes like the Access Hollywood tape?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
I believe every campaign has a women's coalition.
Does every woman's campaign, does every campaign have a candidate who uses terms like moved on her like a bitch or grab them by the pussy?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, argumentative. You can answer, Sean.
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a political campaign where the chief candidate uses terms that are made public, such as "I moved on her like a bitch," or "you grabbed them by the pussy"?
Objection, compound, incomplete, hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
I'm unsure, sir.
Okay. Abraham Lincoln, was he ever attributed to a quote about moving on women like a bitch?
Same objections.
I do not know, sir.
Barack Obama, you ever talk about grabbing a woman by the pussy that you're aware of?
Same objections.
Publicly?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any candidate in American history joke about sexual assault or sexual predatory behavior that you're aware of?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can
Besides
answer,
Donald Trump?
No, sir.
Okay. So would you agree that there would be added emphasis to the need for pro-women campaign ads, given the uniqueness of Donald Trump's statements, such as "moving on her like a bitch and grab her by the pussy"?
Objection, compound, incomplete, hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
I think depending on the campaign, I believe every video that you showed that you brought were played in 2016 when we had a women's coalition then as well. And that probably was for a lot more of directed towards those videos. 2020, I think it was not those videos, if that makes sense.
It doesn't. Explain what you mean, please.
So the Women's Coalition was more focused on continuing to keep women with the president or behind the president in 2020. In 2016, those videos that you showed were played by the news networks. And in 2016's Women's Coalition was more to, I guess, correct the narrative from the news networks.
What was incorrect? What news narrative needed correcting related to Donald Trump and women?
Vague and ambiguous as to time. You can answer, Sean.
That he was sexist.
Okay. So the news networks were also referring to Donald Trump in terms that were characterizing him as sexist?
Vague as to time.
What was that? Ryan, sorry, I didn't hear.
He was saying Vegas at the time. And let me just start over on time. Going into the 2020 election, is it we were talking, so I got to follow up to an answer. So it's, I believe we were talking about going into the 2020 election that there was a narrative in the news media that Donald Trump was sexist. True or untrue?
I would say that's true.
Okay. Was there going into the 2020 election, was there a narrative in the media that Donald Trump was racist?
Call for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete, hypothetical. You can answer, Sean.
I would say there was a narrative from the news networks.
That Donald Trump was racist going into the 2020 election?
Yes, sir. Okay.
So it wasn't just this lone atom out there, Omarosa Manigault Newman, that was saying Donald Trump was racist and sexist. There was news. Good grief, what I did to my hair. There was. Let me start that over. It wasn't just this lone atom, Omarosa Manigault Newman, who was saying Donald Trump was sexist or racist. There was news coverage additionally. Correct?
Vegas to time. You can answer, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's going into the 2020 election we were referring to, just because of the objection as to time. Is that correct?
Correct. I would think that there were the news networks as well, but Omarosa was a part of, that was not a news network publicly stating those comments about the president.
What was Donald Trump's family? I mean, what was Mary Trump? Didn't Mary Trump write a book too?
Objection, call for speculation, lacks foundation, relevance. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I don't know the question.
Okay, who is Mary Trump? Do you know who Mary Trump is?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that a family member of Donald Trump's wrote a book indicating that not only he was racist, but his family was racist?
I do not know the detail of the book.
Okay. Are you aware generally
that she wrote a book?
That she
Sorry,
wrote?
I interrupted you.
That's okay. Are you aware that a family member wrote a book about Donald Trump?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that that family member's name was Mary Trump?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that that family member was a niece of Donald Trump?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that that book written by that family member alleged that Donald Trump was a racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
No, I do not know the context of the book.
Okay. We are at, I think I played 17. I think we're at 18. So video 18 produced to us by the campaign last night. Hi, Mr. Gordon, by the way. See you joined us.
Ladies, we've come a long way. There is no denying it. We are better off today than we were just a few years ago when President Trump was elected. More than 60% of all new jobs under Trump's administration are going to women. How incredible is that? President Trump has turned around the nation for the benefit of women. Young, old, mothers, sisters, wives, workers, and friends. News broke just this January that women are officially a majority of our workforce. Democrats who rail against the president don't realize how much support President Trump has from women. This is because women are just as smart, just as capable, and just as hardworking as everyone else, and can make up their own minds about whether policies benefit them. Under President Trump, we are seeing women succeed, with unemployment at an all-time low. We are seeing women rising in their careers. We are seeing women speaking up for what they believe in. Women are empowered again, and Trump is making America great again. Let's support President Trump together. This is our time. Text EMPOWER to 88022. Text EMPOWER to 88022.
I had to go back. So what is Women for Trump 20 that's referenced in that ad?
Women for Trump 2020? I am unsure. Just the 20 or 2020?
I don't know. I was going to ask, do you know who Danielle D'Souza Gill is? And then right as I was about to ask the question, I saw it flash by. So just right there on the opening graphic, it says board member Women for Trump 20. And it looks like an ad, so maybe it's it could even be just a Twitter thing. But do you know, let me go back and just ask, do you know who Danielle D'Souza Gill is?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know what this organization is, Women for Trump 20, or what she's a board member of?
I would believe the coalition for Women for Trump.
Did Omarosa say anything to counter that women, did she say anything to the effect that women aren't as smart or capable as men? She didn't say that, did she?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Who would say that? Women are just as smart. What, do you know why the campaign felt it necessary to have a message that said, quote, women are just as smart and capable as everyone else, end quote?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, argumentative. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I do not know, sir.
Okay. And that, did Omarosa say that women can't make up their own mind about policies?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know.
I do not know, sir.
Do you know why the campaign felt it important to put out a message that indeed women can make up their own mind about policy?
Same objections. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I do not know.
Isn't that sexist?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. Argumentative. You can answer, Sean.
I do not want to assume, but I would think that most board members wrote their own scripts, so it would be her herself writing that.
Okay, fair enough. Defendants 19. We're getting close. There's only 24, so we got 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Women's economic empowerment isn't just an issue of justice. It's an issue of prosperity. It's an issue of security. With WGDP, we're seeking to help countries go from being recipients of U.S. development assistance to trading partners. Simply put, women's economic empowerment is good, smart defense policy. We're incredibly excited to be working on this initiative and showing leadership as we export America's values of freedom and equality to the world. When women are economically empowered, societies prosper and peace prevails.
Do you know if there's anything that did the campaign, I guess the question is related to that ad number 19. Did the campaign put that out related specifically to counter any message or statement by Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Objection. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, vague as to specifically. You can answer, Sean.
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know what WGDP is?
No, sir.
In that commercial, do you know where that commercial aired?
It looks like a digital ad.
The commercial states we're seeking to help countries. It's Ivanka Trump, the daughter of Donald Trump, correct?
She is the daughter, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let me pull up another video, which we'll label 19. Oh, I think because last time I didn't have an A. We'll figure that out. But 19A.
We should only admit into this country those who share our values and respect our people. In the Cold War, we had an ideological screening test. The time is overdue to develop a new screening test for the threats we face today. I call it extreme vetting. I call it extreme vetting. Our country has enough problems. We don't need more. And these are problems like we've never had before. In addition to screening out all members of the sympathizers of terrorist groups, we must also screen out any who have hostile attitudes toward our country or its principles, or who believe that Sharia law should supplant American law. Those who do not believe in our Constitution or who support bigotry and hatred will not be admitted for immigration into our country. Only those who we expect to flourish in our country and to embrace a tolerant American society should be issued visas. To put these new procedures in place, we will have to temporarily suspend immigration from some of the most dangerous and volatile regions of the world that have a history of exporting terrorism. Not for us. Not for us.
19A. Wouldn't it appear that the statements from Donald Trump himself actually counteract the messaging in the political campaign ad that talks about worldwide empowerment and peace and women empowerment?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous, Vegas to time, compound. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
I do not understand the question.
Okay. Let me just go back real quick. Actually, let me just do this. We'll go to 19B. I can probably skip a question and ask it about both.
The U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. Thank you. It's true. And these are the best and the finest. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people. But I speak to border guards, and they tell us what we're getting. And it only makes common sense. It only makes common sense. They're sending us not the right people. It's coming from more than Mexico. It's coming from all over South and Latin America, and it's coming probably from the Middle East. But we don't know, because we have protection, and we have no competence. We don't know what's happening. And it's got to stop. And it's got to stop fast.
Did you, as the campaign, or as various roles with the campaign, from deputy director of operations to director of operations, did you conduct any polling about statements such as the correlation between Mexicans and rapists, or extreme vetting? Do any polling to determine if that was actually hurting Donald Trump with foreign-based but international-born voters?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, relevance, vague and ambiguous as to foreign-based international voters. You can answer if you understand.
I do not.
Okay. Was any polling done? Are you aware of any polling, going back to, I guess, ad number 19, where the commercial says women economic empowerment is not just an issue of justice, it's an issue of prosperity and helping countries go from developmental assistance to trading partners is good, smart, defensive policy, versus Trump screaming that Mexicans are correlated to rapists and we need ideological screening and extreme vetting. Was there any kind of quid pro quo? Did his opinions lead to that ad? Do you know? Is there any polling on that?
Vague and ambiguous, compound, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I believe your time frame is different, right? So that ad is not to counteract statements from 2016. That's a 2020 ad, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so I don't think that ad is created for any other statements prior to. So yeah, I don't think I don't think it's correlated at all.
Do you agree that there was a narrative, do you agree that there was a narrative in the media that Donald Trump was a xenophobe, or I guess to define xenophobe, had a fear of people outside of the American nationality?
Vegas to time. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
I believe there was negative media coverage about promoting America and putting America first.
Okay. We talked about racism. I guess this is a definitional thing, so we're on the same page, but is a statement made disparaging a religion, so prevent Muslims from entering the country, or casting Muslims out based upon their belief in Sharia law, or whatever. Is that racism in your definition?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. Misstates the videos that we just watched. Sean, you can answer if you have an opinion.
No, I believe that's a little out of context. I think I believe the countries that were banned were actually Obama's, were named by Obama in his administration. So I don't think that you could say that President Trump was primarily the driver with deciding countries, but I don't believe that's racist, no.
Do you feel like there was a narrative that Trump was anti-Muslim going into the 2020 election?
Vague and ambiguous as to feel like and narrative, and vague as to time.
Going into 2020's election, I don't think it was, no.
Okay. Let me go to 20, which is a bit of a longer commercial. Oh, wait. Let me do this. Let me do 19C while I'm on this topic. Play this video.
Mr. President, will you give an apology for the statement yesterday? Mr. President, did you refer to African nations? You swear shithole. Mr. President, are you a racist? Mr. President, will you respond to these serious questions about your statement, sir?
No, Mr. President, answer the phone.
I'm talking to the President, not you,
talking to
sir.
you.
Mr. President, are you a racist?
That appears to be 19C appears to be a clip from The Guardian. And it appears that media is questioning Donald Trump about his use of the term shithole countries and whether he was a racist. And I set that up to say this, you know, do you agree that there was, you know, way more than Omarosa out there with the narrative that Donald Trump was racist?
Vague and ambiguous is the time. Vague as to way more. The answer, Sean, if you understand.
I think there were other narratives being pushed by media networks.
Okay. Can you differentiate what harm was caused by networks and what harm was caused by Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Calls for a legal conclusion. Incomplete hypothetical. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion on that.
Yeah, I'm unaware about polling after any type of incident that would have been whether the president said it or another individual or a news network saying it.
Okay. I guess, and we'll get into the contract probably next, but the NDA, but the campaign is seeking damages from Omarosa Manigault Newman for saying comments, at least as we've talked about so far, about or carrying on a narrative about whether Donald Trump was a racist. And what I'm trying to understand is there any way that you've determined to isolate comments made by Omarosa Manigault Newman as opposed to media as to how it damaged Donald Trump or the campaign?
Calls for a legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. Sean, you can answer if there's anything you've personally done.
So I could give a little, I guess it's more of a description of like the money spent on ads that were both from the news networks and then also Omarosa as well. The news networks didn't sign an NDA with the campaign, so I mean, it's just a little different. But there was a lot of money spent within media to try to correct the narrative.
And the narrative was created by media, Omarosa, and other individuals.
I believe Omarosa had more of a, like I said before, the insider role, and had a lot more credibility to other voters. So news networks like CNN and others, obviously some people don't put any credibility to those networks, but when you have an individual who, whether worked on the campaign or knew someone personally, then they put a little bit more credibility to it. So yes, I would say that the campaign spent money.
Would people, would people
I'm
put
sorry.
credibility in
I'm
Donald?
sorry, there were a few words there at the end that I could not hear. I ended with, I would say that the campaign spent money.
That was my fault, Sean.
Oh, it's all right. It's I would just saying a significant amount of money to try to counteract narrative. Pretty much it.
And I would imagine these, and we haven't identified a single person who didn't vote for Donald Trump or withheld a donation from Donald Trump because of something Omarosa Manigault Newman said, correct?
Objection, misstates his testimony. You can answer, Sean. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. If you have any personal knowledge, you can answer.
I do not have personal knowledge of anybody. No,
okay. Would Donald Trump's own family member, Mary Trump, if she said Donald Trump was racist and his father was racist, wouldn't that also be influential in this narrative that Donald Trump is racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I mean, I do not know. I would think that there were other individuals, yes.
Okay. We'll use this as 19C.
Audit is over.
I want to ask you about the Anti-Defamation League, which this week called on you to publicly condemn unequivocally the racism of former KKK Grand Wizard David Duke, who recently said that voting against you at this point would be treason to your heritage. Will you unequivocally condemn David Duke and say that you don't want his vote or that of other white supremacists in this election?
Well, just so you understand, I don't know anything about David Duke, okay? I don't know anything about what you're even talking about with white supremacy or white supremacists. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know, did he endorse me or what's going on? Because, you know, I know nothing about David Duke. I know nothing about white supremacists. And so you're asking me a question that I'm supposed to be talking about people that I know nothing about.
But I guess the question from the Anti-Defamation League is, even if you don't know about their endorsement, there are these groups and individuals endorsing you. Would you just say unequivocally you condemn them and you don't want their support?
Well, I have to look at the group. I mean, I don't know what group you're talking about. You wouldn't want me to condemn a group that I know nothing about. I'd have to look. If you would send me a list of the groups, I will do research on them, and certainly I would disavow if I thought there was something wrong. But you may have groups in there that are totally fine, and it would be very unfair. So give me a list of the groups, and I'll let you know.
Okay. I mean, I'm just talking about David Duke and the Ku Klux Klan here, but...
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know David Duke. I don't believe I've ever met him. I'm pretty sure I didn't meet him, and I just don't know anything about him.
Would comments like that, I know there's been a few opportunities that Donald Trump has been, at a minimum, given negative news coverage for not renouncing white supremacy or the KKK. But I guess my question is, would you agree that those would contribute to a narrative that he is racist?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. Misstates the video. Misstates the record. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion.
I don't have an opinion.
Okay. Can someone support the KKK and simultaneously not be a racist? Do you have an opinion?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. Argumentative. Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. Relevance. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion.
I don't have an opinion.
Can one be a white supremacist and not be a racist?
Same objections.
I don't have an opinion to that either.
Okay. Would expressing would garnering support for white supremacist organizations, I kind of reflect back to I believe it was a Joe Biden quote, that I don't have to call Donald Trump a racist because the racists know he's a racist. I say that to set up a question because that was purely paraphrased. Would having support of white supremacist groups have contributed to a narrative that Donald Trump was indeed a white supremacist or a racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, argumentative, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you understand the question, Sean.
John, if you could repeat the question, please.
Sure. Would I'm trying to find a way to phrase it shorter. We'll move along. We'll do 19. We'll do 19D. Just a very quick clip.
Negotiating with Japan, negotiating with China. When these people walk in the room, they don't say, "Oh, hello, how's the weather? It's so beautiful outside. Isn't it lovely? How are the Yankees doing? Oh, they're doing wonderful, great." They say, "We want deal." He'd jump out of the seat. But
And you know, again, I'm not asking you, is that a racist comment? Because that's seems to me to be a matter of opinion. But would comments like that be a part of the counter messaging the campaign had to do related to race?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, Vegas the time. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
No, sir.
Is it okay to mock somebody's foreign accent or way of speaking?
Objection, argumentative. You can answer if you have an opinion, Sean.
Say that again, John. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I don't want to get into my personal characterization, but that clip has been played in media at a minimum to characterize Donald Trump as racially insensitive or racist because of the way that he characterized Asian Americans or Asian American way of speaking. And I guess my question is, would that have been part of the justification for, you know, ads that show Donald Trump isn't a racist?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, Vegas to time. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
No, sir. I don't believe any type of replay of that clip or anything. I mean, you said Asian Americans, but I don't believe that's what he was talking about, right? So no, I don't think any ads were actually created to try to counteract that.
Right. And I think you're right. I think he was going straight as to either Japanese or Chinese individuals, not Japanese or Chinese Americans. But we were, you know, this all stemmed off an ad talking about economic empowerment and helping each nation. And I guess my question, you know, stemmed from, isn't that contradictory? Meaning, isn't mocking a culture of people exactly opposite of saying we're one world and it's not an issue of justice, it's an issue of prosperity.
Objection, this states the video clip of Mr. Trump speaking, argumentative, vague and ambiguous as to time, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer, Sean, if you understand.
I don't believe that he was mocking anyone in that clip. So.
Okay, I'll do 19E while we're on mocking.
Donald Trump facing new criticism for something he did on the campaign trail last night in South Carolina while defending his debunked claim that he saw thousands of Muslims celebrate the collapse of the Twin Towers here in New York. He appeared to mock a reporter with a disability. Take a look.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This is 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
That reporter he is talking about is Serge Kovaleski, who now works for the New York Times. As you can see right there, he suffers from a chronic condition that impairs movement of his arms. A Times spokesman says they find it outrageous that Trump would ridicule the man's appearance.
Was that an example of unfavorable media coverage of your candidate?
I would say so.
Was that an example of fair or unfair media coverage of your candidate?
Objection relevance. What does this video have anything to do with any of the claims in this case or any of the damages that the campaign suffered? You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion.
Please stop with the speaking objections, Ryan.
You did it all day on Monday, so you stop and then we can talk.
I haven't had one speaking objection today.
Yeah, you're taking the deposition. You're not making objections.
You are a lawyer.
So, can you say the? I don't know.
Yeah, was that unfavorable or favorable media coverage of your candidate?
Again, I kind of to go off what Ryan said. I think that it really doesn't have anything to do with the 2020 election. The question itself would be unfavorable media coverage, but that was also 2016.
Okay. 2016 came before 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the opinion in some voters' minds would be built on not days, not just weeks, but years of experience with a candidate. Is that fair in politics?
Also speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. Sean, you can answer if you have a response.
I don't think that creating ads for a 2020 election would try to counteract a narrative from 2016 outside of what the president already did in keeping to his promises when he was in office. So
all of the negative portrayals, whether it's Access Hollywood, whether it's potentially mocking the disabled, whether it's calling African nations shithole countries, whether it's saying, a number of things, all of the need to rehabilitate Donald Trump's image is because of Omarosa, not because he's got a terrible image, because he says terrible things.
Objection, compound, misstates his testimony. You can answer.
I think ads that are created within an election are based off of what's fresh in voters' minds. But yeah, that's about sums up that one.
Okay. Move on to the campaign produced to me. Video number 20. Oh, 5 minutes.
I'm Catalina Lauf. I work in the political space.
And I'm Madeline Lauf, and I'm the founder of Begin Health, a children's nutritional company.
We grew up in a really small town outside of Chicago.
Our mom's from Guatemala. Our dad's a small business owner from Chicago, and so we brought two different cultures together to create us. A little bit of crazy and
a little bit of fun,
yeah.
I guess. They taught us the values of hard work, liberty, to love this country unapologetically. Our dad is a beekeeper and just had so many different things out in the countryside, and it was just such a sweet,
We
quaint.
grew up selling honey at farmers markets, so my line was, have you ever been stung by a bee? But really, it was teaching us, again, entrepreneurship, small business, self-reliance, and that we're the ones that need to put in the hard work to get what we want.
You know, my mother being from Guatemala, escaping what she had there, growing up in poverty, and coming here to the United States, being able to fulfill her destiny and be somebody that she couldn't there in her home country.
And they really instilled in us the sense of purpose, but also self-accountability, and that we had to strive to do the things that we wanted, and it was up to us to make those things happen.
In America, there's no ceiling of opportunity. You know, you define your own destiny through personal responsibility, through hard work, through having a moral value system. That's the American dream, and President Trump's providing that for everybody.
Look at my business, Begin Health. As a small startup that is growing and launching, we are constantly trying to innovate, and the big challenge that COVID brought that we just didn't see coming was that just almost everything kind of just shut down. And when you are a small startup and you have limited funding, and the funding is really only to kind of get you to that next milestone, we were really struggling. And so we were able to apply for a PPP loan, which really helped allow us to continue hiring and working and developing our product so that we could ultimately still launch.
It's now more than ever so important to have a president and an administration that understands that small business is the backbone of our economy. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was huge. Manufacturing, deregulation, fair trade. These are things that affected real Americans. We have a champion in the Oval Office who has this business background. He actually understands the need for small businesses like my sisters to survive. We aren't the stereotypical conservative. I mean, we come from Hispanic descent and we're millennial women, and that's not what the media wants. And so somebody like AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, this far left, these women come out with these very, very destructive political ideologies that are trying to infiltrate millennials and the next generation. I've decided to step up and say, well, we need a counter voice to these women.
There has been an assault on capitalism, just generally. And I think it's very scary to imagine a Biden world where the progressive wing ideas are starting to take front and center stage. You know, that will really choke the American economy. There will be over-regulation, over-taxation. It's very hard to innovate through those two things. And ultimately, what's really sad is the thought of, you know, making all of us dependent on the government, and we are not going to allow that.
I've seen a lot of moderates, a lot of people now changing over because of everything that's been happening. This is a taste of Biden's America. I mean, the rioting, the crime, freedom is at stake now, and this is going to be the most important election of our lifetime. We want to preserve the America that our mother came here for. Having a thriving economy, that is keeping America great, and President Trump has delivered on that promise. He's truly fighting for the American people. We're the greatest country in the world, period. On our worst day, we're still the greatest country in the world. And in order to preserve that, it's by putting America first, having a thriving economy, having happiness.
Did that, I noticed that video mentioned Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Did that video mention Omarosa Manigault Newman?
No.
Okay. How was that video in any way responsive to any of Ms. Newman's comments or statements?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
It's a great commercial, just like all the others. They've been really good today. Overall, I think it still goes back to the same statement before, and that's building the coalition of voters for the president.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with Omarosa Manigault Newman.
Objection, misstates his testimony.
Did it have anything to do with Omarosa Manigault Newman?
So comments made by Omarosa, I don't think it, like we discussed, I don't think it mentioned her at all in that commercial, but it's trying to correct the narrative that was out there publicly by Omarosa, among other things, but yes.
Okay. There was a burning police vehicle talking about, at the same time, Biden's America. Did the voters of the United States choose Biden's America?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to Biden's America. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
That's fair. I would draw that question. Who won the election?
President Biden.
Okay. Do you have a belief that election is going to be overturned?
Objection, irrelevant. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Okay. Did Donald Trump draft and create the PPP loan or did Congress?
Call for speculation, last foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I'm unaware.
Okay. $21. Oh, goodness. These are long. Okay.
I'm John Pence with Team Trump. Today, we'll speak with real American heroes. A mother from Macomb County, Michigan, who voted for President Obama twice, but is ready to vote Trump again in November. Another mother and business owner from Pennsylvania, who's running an essential business while homeschooling her twin children. We want to talk with them, real American heroes. Hey, Chrissy, how are you?
Can you see me?
I can see you. There you are.
Thank you for having me.
You are in Pennsylvania. You are deemed an essential business, a mother as well.
I am. I am a mother of 4, and I have 2 identical twins.
Yes, I homeschool my daughter, and I'm also an ESL teacher. I teach English as a second language. That my daughter does not call me Teacher Christy.
Before I begin, I actually wanted to invite a special guest who wanted to thank you personally today.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, Chris.
Oh my gosh!
How are you?
I'm so excited. Is there any way I can take a screenshot of this somehow?
I wanted to say hello. I know that you've been one of the fortunate ones that your business has been able to stay open right now in the time of coronavirus when many of us are working from home. How's everything been going?
It's going good. The construction projects are really just starting to begin this weekend.
Just wanted to say thank you for obviously supporting the president.
She's eavesdropping. Zoe loves Zoe. This is the lady.
Hi. How are you? Oh.
Thank you, and thank your family for everything. I feel like not only did we get a president, we got a whole family working.
Oh, you're so
and
nice.
I can't thank you enough.
A couple years ago, my daughter and I wrote a note to him saying how we love him and we're praying for him because he hears all kinds of bad stuff. And we got this back.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
We have to take care of our people.
How are things feeling in Western Pennsylvania these days for the president?
I think it's really good. I think that our blue state is turning red.
And I have to say, as great as I thought of him in 2016, he's exceeded all my expectations. I'm so grateful for him. He's done more than I think anyone thought a president could do, especially with all the resistance. So.
Promises made, promises kept, right?
So we know he's the right man for the job.
The only man for the job.
He is the only man. He did it once, he'll do it again. But again, I just wanted to say hello, say thank you again for being such a great supporter of our president. It was so nice to talk to you and see you and meet your daughter.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye.
So that's the American story. A story of 2 mothers who, as we fight this virus, are doing their part to beat it. It's a story of prevailing. It's a story of America. And they know that President Trump has their back. Together, we can keep America great. Until then, stay safe.
You will never be forgotten again. The forgotten men and women of this country will never, ever be forgotten again.
Plaintiff's 21. Who is John Pence?
He's the vice president's or ex-vice president's nephew.
Okay. Did he have a role with the campaign at that period in time?
Yes.
What was it?
John had a few different roles on the campaign. I think at that point in time was more grassroots efforts.
And who was Laura Trump?
That's President Trump's daughter-in-law.
Would that be Eric Trump's wife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did she have a role with the campaign at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Laura Trump about Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
She asked me about hiring her back onto the campaign and what type of roles we would be able to provide her.
What did you say?
I said we can get whatever role we need to do, and it would be great to have her back on the team.
Did you talk compensation?
Objection at the time.
During that conversation or around that conversation with Laura Trump, did you talk about compensation related to bringing Omarosa Manigault Newman back to the campaign after she finished her White House tenure?
I believe so.
Do you recall what that compensation that would to be offered to Omarosa Manigault Newman would be?
No, sir.
Does $15,000 a month sound correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And what was Omarosa Manigault Newman to do for the campaign for $15,000 a month?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I think it would have been more of like an advisory role, still building coalitions. We were still a campaign, and then bringing her on to help build for the 2020 reelection.
Would it require signing the Donald J. Trump for President Inc. companion agreement that was presented to her?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were the proposed signatory of that agreement, were you not? Do you recall?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. Let me just pull that up for you. Oh, basic. Done so many videos now, I got to remember how to do. Just do it this way. Nope. Yep. Can you see that agreement?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know. I put where you could control it. I don't know if you can control it or not. Can you move it?
No, sir.
Okay.
There's a little tab over here. Let me see if this has anything to do with it. No, sir.
Well, let me know what you need me to do to familiarize yourself with it, but I'm going to have a couple questions. I'm going to start with page 1, then I'm going to scroll down real quick to page 6. Is that your name as potential signatory, Sean Dollman, Director of Operations for Donald J. Trump for President, Inc.?
Yes, sir.
And this was to be signed by Omarosa Manigault Newman. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who drafted this?
It would have been legal counsel.
Do you know who legal counsel was at that time?
I believe it was Jones Day.
Okay. What was the purpose of getting Omarosa Manigault Newman to sign the companion agreement as you were aware of it, to the extent you were aware of it?
Everybody who is employed by the campaign signed an NDA.
Okay. And you were aware at this point, I assume, that Omarosa had already signed an NDA with the campaign when she worked at the campaign, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why did she need another one?
This one included the Pence family as well.
Okay. I want to direct you to the no disparagement clause, which is on page 2, number 2. This no disparagement clause is a little different from the other NDA in that there's that last sentence: to avoid any doubt, you agree that this shall survive the termination of this agreement pursuant to paragraph 10. Do you know what that contract is talking about, or proposed contract, to avoid any doubt?
Objection. Call for a legal conclusion. John, can you just scroll down to paragraph 10 so I can see?
Sure.
Sean, I've read it. Let us know when you're ready, Sean.
And I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. My question is, do you know why this paragraph 2, page 2 says to avoid any doubt, you agree that this shall survive the termination of this agreement pursuant to paragraph 10? Did you have any understanding as to why that was in there?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion. It's calls for attorney work product, calls for attorney-client communications. You can answer, Sean, to the extent it's not based upon anything you would have discussed with legal counsel.
No, I did not write the document, so.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Laura Trump or anybody else that's non-counsel related to what doubt might have been in a prior contract that she signed?
Objection. Same objections as the last time around.
I mean, everybody signed the NDA.
Did you have any conversations with Laura Trump about why Omarosa specifically needed to sign a new NDA?
She was coming back to the campaign. We had a new NDA.
Okay. Was the other NDA expired? Was that part of your conversations with Laura Trump?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product, calls for attorney-client privilege communications. You can answer if you specifically discussed that issue with Laura Trump.
That was not discussed.
Okay.
To my knowledge, it was not discussed. I don't recall the entire conversation.
How many conversations did you have with Laura Trump over bringing Omarosa Manigault Newman back to the campaign?
I'm unsure. I would probably say it was a while ago, maybe 2 to 3, possibly 4.
Was there any expression by Laura Trump that they wanted to bring Omarosa Manigault Newman back to the campaign to shut her up or to prevent her from talking further about Donald Trump?
No, sir.
Okay. So paragraph 2, page 2 says, to avoid any doubt, you agree that this shall survive the termination of this agreement pursuant to paragraph 10. And I suspect you don't know about paragraph 10 either, but I got to ask the questions. Do you know how or why paragraph 10 was inserted into this document?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product, calls for attorney-client communications. Sean, you can answer if you have knowledge based upon anything but what counsel for the campaign may or may not have told you.
I mean, I do not know. I believe the survival was also in the original NDA as well.
Okay. So I guess assuming the survival paragraph 10 was also in the other standard NDA, you know why emphasis was added to avoid any doubt. To avoid any doubt, you agree that this shall survive the termination pursuant to paragraph 10. Why that phrase was added.
Calls for legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product, calls for attorney-client communications, asked and answered. Sean, you can answer if you have any knowledge based upon anything other than conversations or communications with counsel.
No, sir.
Okay. We'll attach that as defendant's 21B because it came out of the Laura Trump video. We are going to attach this one as this consulting agreement as 21C. I realize I'm skipping it. I guess because 21 is 21A. So this is a consulting agreement that would be effective January 22, 2018. Just to scroll through, services under the exhibit would be surrogate speaking appearances, fundraising appearances, diversity outreach. I'm happy to flip to, there's 3 slides essentially. I'm happy to flip to any of them. But do you know whether this consulting agreement, I guess, what, if anything, this consulting agreement had to do with the companion agreement we just discussed?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product, calls for attorney-client communications. If you have an understanding, Sean, based on anything other than correspondence with counsel, you can answer.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if this was offered to you as a part of the attempt to get Omarosa? Strike that. Do you know if this was presented to Omarosa Manigault Newman as an attempt to get her back involved with the campaign?
Every person that was involved with the campaign signed an NDA.
Okay.
If she was asked to come back to the campaign, this would have been a document that she would sign.
Sean, he's asking you about a different agreement, which is on the screen now. Can you see it?
Correct. Okay.
Do you need him to, if you need time to review it or you need him to make it larger on the screen, just let him know, and I'm sure he'll do it for you.
It would be the standard consulting agreement.
Okay. And that would be the $15,000 per month offered to consultants by the campaign at that time?
Objection. Misstates his testimony. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Were other consultants offered a rate of $15,000 a month to consult with the campaign?
Vaguest to time, relevance. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
Are you asking if there were other individuals that were paid $15,000 a month for the campaign?
As a consultant to the campaign around that same time?
Well, at that same time, there was a very limited amount of people working with the campaign throughout time, and yes.
Do you know why, I'll put it this way, do you know why these agreements are unsigned by Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if she accepted a re-employment with the campaign?
I did overhear that she did, and then I was told she didn't. But context of it, no.
Have you ever heard the recorded phone call, recorded phone call between Laura Trump and Omarosa Manigault Newman about this issue?
Heard about the phone call or heard the phone call, sir?
Either. So let's do heard about.
Heard about, yes.
How'd you hear about it?
Like I said, there was a very limited amount of people on the campaign, so I overheard Laura Trump talking about.
Okay. Did you hear the phone call? I believe it was released to media, is why I asked.
No, sir.
Okay. '22 video. Let's go there.
My sister-in-law, Ivanka Trump, is an exceptional advocate for President Trump and his policies, especially those empowering women and families across the country. Her command of the issues and policies improving the lives of millions of Americans was evident when Ivanka participated in the UN General Assembly in New York City and the Concordia Summit.
At tax reform, obviously, tax reform is a rising tide lifts all ships. And I think what we're seeing in terms of economic growth, women's unemployment is at the lowest level in 65 years, which is remarkable in and of itself. But I think if you look at the personal side of tax reform and what it's done for working parents, which people will especially feel next year as they fill out their tax reforms, it really recognizes the reality that most parents have to deal with, particularly single parents, which are disproportionately women. So doubling the child tax credit.
In addition to the empowerment of women through President Trump's unprecedented economic record, Ivanka addressed the ways that the administration is providing for the workforce of tomorrow through education initiatives.
And so the president very early on prioritized for Secretary DeVos STEM education and computer science education. Simultaneously, he made available a minimum of $200 million in annual grant funding to the states for computer science education. And the guidance specified that that grant funding had to strongly consider gender and racial diversity, because that is a problem, particularly getting younger girls and minorities involved in STEM education and STEM fields.
President Trump is leading by example, demonstrating his personal commitment to the advancement of women by promoting women to numerous senior-level positions throughout his administration. And among his most senior advisors, Ivanka Trump serves the president and the country with honor, delivering a positive impact on women and families throughout the nation.
Do you know where campaign ad number 22 was aired?
I believe that was one that was digitally ran.
Okay. And was there anything in there that was specifically counter messaging to anything Omarosa Manigault Newman said?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to specifically and counter messaging. Incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Tom.
Just same as before.
And to repeat before, there was a general narrative about Donald Trump and sexism, and these commercials were designed to counteract that narrative. Is that fair?
That there were, yes, there was a narrative, and then that in part, Omarosa's narrative, public narrative of what she said.
Can you identify what part? Teeny tiny or huge?
What part of the ad, or
no, what part did she contribute to that narrative?
I don't think I could come up to a full part. I don't have that position.
Okay. You would be speculating to figure out what part she played in that overall narrative, correct?
From the information provided me, yes.
Okay. Do you know what part Donald Trump played into the narrative that he indeed was a sexist or had sexist tendencies?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, argumentative. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I do not.
23, second to last.
I was a big Obama supporter. It's okay to be Obama and a Trump supporter because President Trump literally created the best job market and economy for Black Americans and Americans of all races. Joe Biden's America was mass incarcerating Black men. President Trump set them free. President Trump believes in rehabilitation, not just incarceration. He wants everyone in America to have the opportunity towards success. That's the type of president that we need.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
And I think we've covered anything in that one that you can see is specifically countering any messaging by Omarosa Manigault Newman.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to specifically and countering any message. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion.
I don't have an opinion.
There was a Fox News article dated June 15, 2020, where Jack Brewer, the subject of that commercial, says it was disturbing for Biden to call Trump a racist. Would news media, including Fox News media, have also been a part of the narrative of whether or not Trump was a racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical, vaguest time. You can answer, Sean.
I don't I don't really have a comment on that.
Okay. But if Fox News was broadcasting conversations with Jack Brewer about Trump being whether or not Trump was a racist and actually defending him that he's not a racist, wouldn't that have continued the narrative even as late as June of 2020 that there was this discourse in America about whether or not Trump was a racist?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer.
I believe he was saying that he wasn't a racist, correct?
Correct. I think he was saying Biden was saying he was a racist. The president candidate at the time. But again, is there a way to determine how much Biden's comments about whether or not Trump was a racist warranted, commercials by the campaign on, featuring African Americans saying Donald Trump's not racist?
Call for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer, Sean.
Biden at the time was candidate Biden, so any type of negative attack on the campaign he would have been the one giving negative attacks on the campaign. So,
last but not least, at least the ones produced to me last night, was candidate ad.
It wasn't last night, John. It was yesterday.
Day before, yeah, yesterday. I didn't get to them until last night because I was out of town.
To me, Trump is a freaking godsend. To me, Trump is what is life. To me, Trump is a second chance. So when you say I'm like, nah, dude, he's way more than that. He's way more than that. You see, I don't have the luxury to worry about freaking Roe versus Wade. I don't have the luxury to worry about that. I'm too busy trying to keep my family fed to think about that. And for the first goddamn time in my life, I actually see a way out. I see a way out. Something I've never seen before. I see a way out, man. And just that little bit of hope is enough for me to have a fire in my belly, powerful to freaking charge the goddamn world, man. I'm ready to take over, but if Biden gets into office, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I'm saying thank you to you because you unlocked me, and I'm sure you unlocked a lot of people. There is a silent majority out there, man. I talk to them every day. I just came out of, I went to an Arab, I work for mostly Arabs, right? I went to an Arab place, right? And I asked him, who are you voting for? You know, it's safe. Who is he for? He said Trump. And I was like, I hugged him so hard. He was like, hey, I was like, I'm sorry. It's just, I'm so excited to hear you say that because I was nervous. Because all I see is Biden signs everywhere I go. And I'm like, please, Lord, don't let this guy win. You know what I'm saying? But there is a silent majority out there. I talked to them. They're workers like me who didn't care about politics, didn't even think about politics, didn't want to talk about politics. I got people that I work with on a daily basis saying, yo, man, we got to do something. Thank you, man. Thank you for unlocking me. Thank you for unlocking other people. Because had I stayed asleep, ain't no telling what would have happened, man. Ain't no telling. I just want to say thank you, man. I know this video is long as hell, but I needed to show you this so you can see this is what I'm fighting for. Just to be able to take care of my family. I'm fighting for my family. I'm voting for my family.
Go to the voting booth and vote early and in person. Don't let them take your vote away. The most important election we've ever had. Thank you.
Was that ad paid for by Donald J. Trump for president?
Yes.
Okay. It says that in the ad. Do you know where that was featured or promoted or aired?
Digital.
Do you know where digital?
YouTube.
Okay. Did that ad strike? I mean, again, was that ad racist? Do you have an opinion as to whether that ad was racist?
Was the ad racist?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Or was the individual in the ad express racially insensitive views as paid for by Donald J. Trump for president?
Objection argumentative. You can answer.
No, sir.
Okay. Did we refer? Okay. Did Donald J. Trump for president really pay for an ad that used the Lord's name in vain twice?
Objection argumentative. Irrelevant. Misstates the video.
Did you hear goddamn twice in that video?
You asking me, sir?
Yeah.
I heard once, but I didn't hear the second time.
I mean, I can replay it once or twice.
Probably not necessary.
Was there, I mean, do you know whether you lost votes or the Trump campaign lost votes because you're paying to air an ad that uses the Lord's name in vain?
Objection argumentative. Irrelevant. Call for speculation. Lacks foundation. Incomplete hypothetical. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
I do not know.
Okay. Let's do this. We've gone a while. I'm going to try to get coordinated to end. I've still got, a couple of sections left, but, my intention is to not go, past 4 or 5 o'clock. We'll get where we're going to get. But let's take a break until 2. And that'll speed me up so that you're not waiting on me to get ready for the next section. Is that fair?
So it's 1 o'clock now?
1:50.
Oh, 20, so you want a 10-minute break?
10-minute break.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Sean?
Sounds good.
Okay. We'll see y'all about right at 2.
Okay.
Ms. Beth, are you back?
This is Beth. I'm back.
Okay. If we're ready, we'll get back on at 2:00. Mr. Dollman, I lost my cheat sheet, so sorry. Was there a complaint made with the FEC, Federal Election Commission, related to American-made media consultants? Work with the campaign?
Objection relevance, you can answer, Sean.
Yes.
Do you know what the status of that complaint is?
Oh,
same objection.
Do you know what the current status of that complaint is?
What do you,
Whether it's pending or dismissed.
Still in process.
Okay. What is Jared Kushner's involvement with AMMC?
Objection relevance, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. John, what's the relevance of this to any claim, defense in the litigation? Because I mean, obviously there's an FEC complaint pending, so you can understand I would be reluctant to allow Sean to testify about it. So I don't know.
I'm not getting into the complaint. It's our standpoint that anything going into the election, and there was negative media from July to December of 2020 regarding improprieties within the campaign related to
somebody's scratching. Sorry to interrupt, John. I don't know what that is.
It might have been my paper. Sorry. It goes as to improprieties related to the campaign, negative press related to the campaign. Again, I'm kind of guessing at what the damages are going to be or how they're going to be assessed. But to us, all of the negative publicity that went into the campaign led to the ultimate defeat of Donald Trump. And you can't piece out what Omarosa said on a Tuesday is the ultimate reason Donald Trump lost. And so when we're getting into impropriety, whether it's the Mueller investigation, whether it's the double impeachment, whether it's Ukraine or whatever, and I'm not getting into all that, but it's how we've never really been able to figure out how breach turns to damages here.
Yeah, well, what does Jared Kushner's involvement with American-made media have to do with any of that?
Well, as I understand it, and this is what I'm not planning on getting much into, but as I understand it, the argument is that American-made media was a shell corporation and was actually paying contracts like the one offered to Omarosa Manigault Newman of $15,000 a month. At least that's what the articles in front of me say, that it was used as a slush fund, including paying Laura Trump and others as a conduit that had avoided the FEC public records disclosures. So it certainly ties directly related to this case. My question was fairly simple because I don't want to get into that complaint or Fifth Amendment stuff. It was a precursor question about what was Jared Kushner's involvement with AMMC on a surface level.
I still don't understand the relevance. I'm happy to go off the record. John, I wouldn't normally do this while a question's pending, but I just want to make sure this doesn't involve anything that relates to the FEC complaint because I'm not handling that matter. Do you want me to go? Okay. So let's go off the record. and then I'm going to get.
Did you mute?
I think you muted early, Ron.
Oh, I muted too soon. So I'm going to go off the record. Sean, can you do the same and then just turn your video and mute your audio? We can discuss, and we'll be right back, John.
Well, hold on. Let's do this. Let me kind of proffer my questions, if you will, so we're not doing this again.
Okay, great.
My questions essentially will be, what role, if any, did Jared Kushner have with AMMC? Was there a conversation related to who was going to pay Omarosa $15,000 a month? Then essentially one that acknowledges from Mr. Dollman that he's been a part of, I think we're calling it a negative narrative related to Donald Trump that existed prior to Election Day. Those are basically the three things.
Okay. So give us 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No.
All right, was that quick enough, John? I think Sean's coming back right now.
Yes, great.
Okay, so you can go ahead and ask those three questions, John.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Dollman.
Hello.
What role, if any, did Jared Kushner have with AMMC?
Objection, relevance. You can answer, Sean.
My fault, Ryan. I jumped over you. He did not have a role in AMMC.
Okay. There's an article that states that he approved the creation of AMMC and spent half of the campaign's $1.26 billion war chest. And I understand this may lead to a side conversation, but do you dispute the veracity of that statement?
Objection, relevance.
I believe there's been a lot of false reporting about AMMC.
Okay. Laura Trump and Mike Pence's, is it nephew or son, John Pence?
Well, that's also part of that article that is false. It is his nephew.
It is his nephew?
Credibility. It's his nephew.
Okay, I thought you told me son. You may have said nephew earlier.
He said nephew.
Okay, very good.
The article says son.
This one I'm looking at says nephew. Which makes sense. But Laura Trump and John Pence appeared in a campaign ad produced by or distributed by AMMC. Is that correct?
Objection, misstates his testimony, vague and ambiguous as to produced and distributed. Sean, you can answer if you understand the question.
Yes.
And help me understand produced and distributed. I don't want to put words in your mouth. That commercial that I'm referring to that has John Pence and Laura Trump, what was AMMC's role in it?
Hiring the subcontractor to put the videos together. That would be the production side of it,
okay.
Obviously. Also to shoot the videos. And then the digital placement would be the platform that the ads ran on.
Okay. Do Laura Trump, John Pence, and yourself serve as board members of AMMC?
Objection. What's the relevance of this question, John? And this is not what you told us you were going to ask.
Right. Then I said you'll need to go back off. I'm trying to understand, and again, the next question is the question that I was going to go back to, and let me just go there.
Your paper was scratching like crazy.
Sorry, it's because right over my microphone. Do you agree with me, Mr. Dollman, that even your name has been associated in a negative light prior to the election, that the campaign was focused on winning?
I would say that there were negative articles about an entity, yes.
Okay. Do you know what, if any, effect that had on the results from the presidential election involving Donald J. Trump?
Objection. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean.
I believe a lot of false reporting influences an election, yes.
Okay, very good. Have you ever read The Fifth Risk?
No, sir.
Do you know if this had any effect on the results of the presidential election?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Do you know?
No, sir.
Fire and Fury by Michael Wolff. Do you know if this had any effect on the results of the 2020 presidential election?
Same objections.
I do not.
Fear by Mr. Bob Woodward. Do you know if this book had any effect on the results of the 2020 presidential election?
Same objections. You can answer, Sean.
No, I don't. I do not know.
Okay.
No, sir.
Do you know in at least related to fear, whether there's claims about Donald Trump being a racist discussed in that book?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Who wrote Fear?
Bob Woodward.
No.
Okay.
I do not.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let me go to Exhibit 25, I believe. Can you see that on the document on the screen?
No, sir. All I see is a folder with the.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Let me go back out and go back to share my desktop. I knew I should have taken one of those handy dandy Zoom for lawyers classes. Desktop. Eric Rose report. Expand. Now, can you see a document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are 298 comments, statements, publications, writings in a book by Omarosa Manigault Newman that she has been sued over. Do you know who keeps track of Omarosa's statements?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, calls for attorney work product and attorney-client communications. You can know if you can testify, Sean, to anything that's beyond any discussions with counsel or anything you learned from counsel.
No.
Okay. Can you see a page 21 with a number 1?
Yes, sir.
For each of these statements, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. I guess let me start by doing this. Did you sign the same NDA as Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, relevance. You can answer, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is your understanding as to the prohibition in that NDA as it relates to disclosing confidential information?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. Do you want to put the NDA in front of him, John?
Do you want the NDA? I was just asking for his understanding, but we can do that real quick. This would be Miss Manigault Newman's NDA. Really wish. I just did auto accept all requests, so you might be able to control it now if you get a. But related to the NDA that you signed, what's your understanding of a signatory, I guess, of that's obligation to not disclose confidential information? What's your understanding? Not legal terms, but what is your understanding of that obligation?
Objection. Call for a legal conclusion. You can ask him for his understanding, but you're still asking him for a legal conclusion. Sean, you can testify if you have an understanding.
I would think my theory is if you have to question on the NDA, you should probably speak with legal counsel. So most of the time I would speak with legal counsel beforehand, but I also don't publicly discuss anything that was going on with the campaign.
Okay. What is your understanding? And I'm looking at page 2, number 2 of what is your understanding as it relates to you or it relates to the campaign about the no disparagement clause in the subject agreement?
Objection. Call for legal conclusion. You can testify to your understanding if you have one, Sean.
I would say negative comments or disparaging the president, family, or family members or company, obviously publicly. So that would be my interpretation of that.
Okay. Now I'm going back to the summary of the statements. Have you, what Miss Omarosa, Miss Manigault Newman needs an understanding of is whether each of these statements is there a claim that she breached confidentiality or she breached the disparage language? Do you know as to that first statement whether the campaign contends Omarosa breached confidentiality, disparagement, or both?
John?
Yes.
Couple of things. Where are you pulling this from? Because this is not, I don't believe this is our statement of claim.
This is from Rose's report.
Oh, from Eric Rose's report. Okay, got it. And then we've produced I believe to your office, whether or not, a chart that says whether or not each statement, which provision each statement violates. So, I mean, I'm not sure you want to spend your time going through, each one of these.
Okay.
But, I'd like to at least be able to put that statement in front of Sean so that, so that he can review it before he answers these questions.
And maybe we'll do that. Because
I mean, you're asking him for a legal conclusion. And, like I said, we've already given you, which provision, a chart with which provision we contend is violated by each of these statements. So I'm not sure that we need to go through this process, but
let me ask this, and this is the first time and only time I get to depose a representative of the campaign. So can you tell me, Mr. Dollman, how the comments in number one damaged the campaign?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert witness testimony, calls for attorney work product. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion.
I mean, it was a part of the book, right? So it's public facing, which is also looks like it's in quotations. So those are statements made by the president, or at the time, Donald Trump. So I would probably, in my mind, say that's against the NDA.
Okay.
If that was your question, John, I apologize.
So that's okay. My question was, how did it damage the campaign?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a.
Sorry, I was on mute. Same objections. Calls for a legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product information, calls for the premature disclosure of expert witness testimony. You can answer, Sean.
I mean, it looks like she's trying to label him as as sexist.
Are those comments very different from the videos that I showed you where Donald Trump bragged about going and seeing women in a beauty contest naked and judging them? I mean, how did it damage the campaign if Donald can say it, but Omarosa cannot? Why does Omarosa's statement be the one that damages the campaign?
There are about 3 questions.
Yeah, that last one is the operative question. Sorry. How is it that Omarosa's statement is the one that damages the campaign and not Donald Trump's admission of similar statements?
Objection, misstates the record, misstates Mr. Trump's statements, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. You can answer it, Sean, if you have an opinion.
Yeah, I think we've discussed it a few times that I am not a lawyer. So personally, I would think that it she signed an NDA and said that she would not be doing and going out publicly and making these statements.
Okay. And whether or not she's in breach is a is a determination for lawyers in federal court. Let me ask this. Did you read the federal court opinion that was issued by the Southern District of New York, essentially invalidating one of these NDAs? Did you read that? It was issued yesterday.
Are you asking me, sir? No.
Yeah, okay. So the validity of it is separate. I just want to know, as the CFO of the campaign and former director of operations, how any of the statements in one caused actual damages.
Objection, calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. You can answer, Sean, if you have an opinion.
No, I don't have an opinion.
Okay. Same for 2. And we can have standing objections, but my question is going to be, how did this statement cause damages for each and every one of these? How did this statement cause damages?
Objection. I think it's unfair to take one statement out and isolate it when you have an entire book and many media appearances that were made by Ms. Manigault Newman. So I'm going to object on vague and ambiguous grounds, legal conclusion, attorney work product, calls for expert testimony.
Number 2, how did that damage the campaign?
Same objections.
Am I able? I don't have an opinion on it.
Okay. Number 3, how did that damage the campaign?
Same objections.
No opinion.
Is the fact that Trump made no secret of his appreciation of beautiful women, strike that. We'll address that later. Number 4, how did that damage the campaign?
Same objections, calls for legal conclusion, calls for attorney-client work product, and the premature disclosure of expert witness testimony.
You can answer, Mr. Dollman.
Yeah, I'm not the quickest reader, John. I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, there's a lot of personal information about family in here. I think the damages to the campaign for this one and then possibly others within the book is, like I said before, is Omarosa was had more of a relation or an inside relation with Mr. Trump and the family, and this book, in her eyes, wanted to give credibility to any type of thought or belief in individuals' minds.
Right. And I understand that. And I'm just trying to figure out from the perspective of the CFO, if there was any economic damage from such a discussion as number 4. And I don't mean to short summarize it, but it talks about Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, 2 names that involved, for that period, daily, weekly, media consumption. And I guess my question is, how can the campaign attribute Omarosa's statement in 4 to damaging the campaign rather than something Stormy Daniels said or did?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony, calls for attorney work product. You can answer, Sean, if you understand the question.
I think all of it, right, creates some type of damages, and trying to get the pinpoint dollar amount that was attributed to an individual or individuals is difficult. But that's why we ran the ads as well, is that's part of the damages, right? So we had to run those ads in order to correct the narrative.
But do you recall Stormy Daniels talking about Donald Trump having a mushroom-shaped penis, or that being released because of her book?
Objection, relevance.
Do you recall that being out in public consumption?
Vegas of public consumption. You can answer, Sean, if you remember.
I do not.
Okay. Would Stormy Daniels' book and discussions about her intimate life with Donald Trump be the damages, or would Omarosa saying, we all know about Stormy Daniels, be the damages? I don't understand. And what I'm trying to understand, we get one shot at this. It's the only campaign rep I get, and I got the CFO. So the person that's, or at least the director of ops back at the time, what I'm trying to understand is there any way to put what was said in number 4 into a calculator and say, yes, we were damaged because of Omarosa Manigault Newman because of this comment?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert witness testimony. John, we have an expert who you're going to get to depose, who's going to testify to these issues. It's also vague as to the term calculator. You can answer, Sean, if you understand the question.
I understand the question. I don't have I'm not familiar with any polling that came out on or after the book or prior to. So I really don't have a comment on the damages.
Okay.
Towards the campaign.
Legally, would Miss Manigault Newman be allowed to pay for corrective ads in support of a candidate under the Federal Election Commission guidelines?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
Say that again, please, sir.
Is there a maximum amount that a person can give a presidential political campaign?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion. You can answer, Sean.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
As an individual to the campaign directly, $2,800.
Okay.
Per election.
My understanding of Mr. Rose's opinion is Ms. Manigault Newman's negative comments were given heightened veracity because of her relationship with the president, which is something similar to what you've said. And it would be Mr. Rose's recommendation that Ms. Manigault Newman pay for the corrective ads, corrective statements, so that voters may continue to hold beliefs about the president as a result of her statements. I say that just generally summarizing his opinion to ask how Ms. Manigault Newman would pay for hundreds of thousands of dollars of advertisements and the campaign and her still be compliant with Federal Election Commission standards.
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion. You'll have a chance to ask Mr. Rose about this, John. Obviously the campaign's over. These ads have already been paid for. There's no ability for Omarosa, Ms. Manigault Newman to pay for any ads at this point. That's a component of damages. We're not, you can ask Mr. Rose about this, but as far as I understand it, the campaign is not actually asking her to pay for those ads. It wouldn't even be possible. It's a claim and component of damages.
Okay. Moving on to number 5, Donna was obsessed with the ratings. I guess this is campaign's words of The Apprentice. I've heard that when the numbers declined, he became apocalyptic. Then he'd do an interview and say that the show was still number 1. Sound familiar? How did that comment damage the campaign?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. This comment was as part of a book. Many comments of which are violated the NDA. I'm not sure where you're going here, John. But if Sean, you have a personal understanding as to how this specific statement, number 5, damaged the campaign. You can testify to it.
No, like not this specific one. I think collectively as a whole.
And
That's
even,
different.
even collectively as a whole, what specific damage did Omarosa Manigault Newman do? Collectively, adding in everything she's ever said negatively about Donald Trump, Trump campaign, Trump family, Trump businesses, Pence businesses, whoever. What amount of dollars of damages has the campaign suffered?
Calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. You can answer, Sean.
Yeah, collectively, like you said, there is a lot of public statements, John, that Omarosa said about the campaign, the family of Mr. Trump himself, and then also businesses or shows that he was on. Again, publicly, she came out and said all that. So in turn, we had to run ads that in part were because of her statements that gave more credibility to other news networks pushing a narrative.
Right. But at the exact same time, you had a adult film star talking about the shape of Donald Trump's penis. You had lawsuits filed accusing Donald Trump of sexual assault or rape. You had an impeachment. You had the Mueller investigation. You had a host of other people, every network saying generally something either negative about Trump or saying something rehabilitating the image of Trump. And what I just want to know, is there $1 of damages that you can point to and say, this was because of something Omarosa Manigault Newman did specifically?
Objection. That was a compound question on many levels. Calls for a legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. Sean, you can answer if you understand the question. Vegas, the time as well. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have a specific dollar amount that would go to any statement.
Is there any way to get one?
I would, to have the exact dollar amount that was allocated to her public statements, I don't think it's possible to get an exact dollar amount, but like Ryan was saying earlier, the expert witness dove into it a little bit more, but it's difficult to actually pull the exact dollar amount.
And I get that. And his deposition's next. And I get the position and professionalism with which you're sitting there and answering these questions. I get it. I appreciate it. And I think you appreciate, my job as well, which is to try to figure out if I can put a number in a calculator that Omarosa caused as damages to the campaign, what that number would be. And is there any number that the campaign is, the CFO and former director of operations is aware of that was specifically and only caused by Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. You have an entire expert report that calculates that. I'm not sure where you're going with this, John.
Anything, Mr. Dollman?
Position coming up, but
no. I think if we had a calculator to do that, it would make all of our lives a lot easier here.
Thank you. I have, that's 5. I've got 293 more of these. And my intention was to go through each and every one of them. and ask essentially two questions. Did this fall under the confidentiality or disparagement provisions of the agreement? And I'm taking Mr. Stone Rock's word that that's all in a chart. I think there were some that were missing, but I don't care at this point. We'll deal with that with Mr. Rose.
John, I got information. It's in our interrogatory responses.
Okay. And maybe I'll take a break and pull that up. In fact, I think I have those in my queue, but I think the answer, Mr. Dollman, that you've given me, and I'm not trying to belabor this. I'd much rather have an hour less of questions. And I did the math at 298 times 2 minutes, which it takes me longer than 2 minutes and Ryan longer than 2 minutes to have a question and an objection. That's 500 minutes. That's more time than I have or we need to spend. I say that to say, is there any comment that you're aware of that you could point to that Omarosa said or published that has any specific damages that the campaign is aware of?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. You can answer if you understand.
I did. So, and like I said, individual statement is difficult, but collectively, I did overhear, was a part of kind of in the background of a meeting that did discuss putting out ads based off of these comments. I don't have in front of me which ads, but I did overhear that discussion.
That there were ads needed as it relates to Omarosa Manigault Newman.
It was to correct the narrative, yes, sir.
Okay. And we don't know what ads or how much were spent on those ads. Is that fair?
I trying to dig through my brain on like when that time was, but I can't. I could probably try to pull something, but that's fair to say. As of right now, I do not.
Do you know who was at that meeting?
No, sir.
If Donald Trump cheated on Melania with Stormy Daniels, would that make him an unfaithful husband?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical, argumentative, irrelevant. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
And I'm going to comment 32. Bear with me, Sean, before you answer. Nope. That's the problem with going off this report. Did Rose really do something different than what the claim did? Oh, here we go. He just put them in different categories. So 32 right here under category, he wonder what he has category 2. I got to move my stuff to see the page. Oh, I don't even know. Anyway, 32, there's a statement allegedly in Omarosa's book, Melania, like Hillary, had an unfaithful husband exposed in a very public space. And it goes on. And it ends with, I don't think that Melania ever had an expectation that Donald was going to be faithful. Is this, if it's true that Donald Trump cheated with Stormy Daniels, while he was married to Melania Trump, isn't the fact that he's a unfaithful husband a fact and not opinion?
Objection. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical, argumentative, calls for a legal conclusion, vague and ambiguous as to fact versus opinion. You can answer, Sean, if you have an understanding of the question.
Yeah, I think I understand the question. I don't really have an opinion on it. I think it's all just speculating on whether he was or wasn't, right? So,
okay,
I don't have an opinion on that.
And do you know whether Omarosa had, strike that. Do you know whether Donald Trump cheated on Melania Trump?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, irrelevant. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
No, sir.
Did Omarosa, as you understand it, as director of operations of the campaign, did Omarosa waive her First Amendment rights by signing the NDA?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. You can answer, Sean, if you have an understanding.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, and I don't know if she waived her First Amendment rights.
Are you aware of whether the subject NDA has been struck down by a federal court?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. Vegas is struck down. Incomplete hypothetical. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
I am not aware.
As of Election Day, do you know how many pending lawsuits Donald Trump had pending against him?
Objection. Relevance. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You mean in his individual capacity or official capacity, or both?
Both.
No, sir.
Do you know how many arbitration proceedings the Trump campaign has ongoing?
Objection, relevance, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product information, calls for attorney-client communications. You can answer if you know, Sean.
No, sir.
Do you know who Jessica Denson is?
Yes, sir.
Who is Jessica Denson?
She was a former staffer on the campaign in 2016.
Did she make comments which damaged the campaign?
Objection, relevance. John, this has nothing to do with our case. I'll probably let Sean answer this question if he knows, but I'm not going to let you go down too much further down this road.
Because it's all Omarosa's fault until it's not. Right? I mean, I'm just waiting for damages, Ryan.
Can you rephrase or repeat the question?
Yeah. Did Jessica Denson damage Donald J. Trump for President, Inc.?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony, irrelevant, incomplete hypothetical, vagus to time. You can answer, Sean, if you have an understanding.
She did have negative comments publicly against the campaign and Mr. Trump.
Okay. And what damages? I guess what I'm trying to understand is how can we differentiate between her negative comments damaging the campaign and Omarosa's negative comments damaging the campaign?
Same objections. Calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you have an understanding.
I don't have anything on that one.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Cliff Sims?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how Cliff Sims's arbitration got resolved?
Objection, relevance, calls for legal conclusion, calls for confidential information. I'm not going to allow the witness to answer. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Okay. Do you know what damages were caused to the campaign by Cliff Sims?
Calls for legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product, calls for expert testimony, incomplete hypothetical. Sean, you can answer if you know.
I do not, sir.
Do you know how you can differentiate from the damages caused to the campaign by Cliff Sims from the damages caused by the campaign allegedly by Omarosa Manigault Newman?
Vague and ambiguous is to differentiate. Vagus to time, calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony, calls for attorney work product. Sean, you can answer if you have an understanding.
I am not familiar with Cliff Sims.
Okay.
As well.
Do you know if Alva Johnson's arbitration action is still going on?
Objection, relevance, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product, calls for attorney-client communications. Sean, if you have an understanding outside of any correspondence you may have had with counsel, then you can testify to it.
No, sir.
Okay. As of today, it looks like the campaign has paid Harder LLC $4,078,295.20. Do you know of that over $4 million? How much in attorney's fees are attributed to Omarosa Manigault Newman's case?
Objection. Relevance. Calls for attorney work product information. Calls for attorney-client communications. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Okay. The campaign has paid $186,996.50 to the American Arbitration Association. Do you know what portion of that $186,996.50 is attributable to Omarosa Manigault Newman's arbitration?
Same objections. John, you can find that information out from AAA. It's not a difficult one. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Okay. As Director of Operations for Donald J. Trump for President, Inc., were you aware of allegations of sexual harassment or misconduct in the workplace at Donald J. Trump for President, Inc.?
Objection. Relevance. Objection. Calls for attorney work product information. Calls for attorney-client communications. Calls for confidential information of employees and or contractors of the campaign. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Do you have any information as to why Ms. Manigault Newman's payroll or payments were withheld until she signed the subject NDA?
Objection. Misstates testimony in this case. Misstates the record. Argumentative. Calls for speculation. Lacks foundation. You can answer, Sean, if you understand the question.
I think everybody on the campaign, whether if they were submitting an invoice, they had to have a signed contract and an NDA prior to being paid.
Okay.
I do know in her circumstances, I believe she was sending her invoices directly to the HR director and on a personal email. And I believe that might have tied some of it up. The other side of it is the campaign won't pay an invoice without a W-9. I know there was some issues with that more recent, not so much in 2016. So there's a whole bunch of factors of why an invoice would be held up.
Have you had any conversations with anyone within the campaign that's not counsel regarding whether or not the subject employment agreements, non-disclosure and non-disparagement provisions are enforceable or unenforceable under New York law?
Objection. Calls for work product, attorney work product information. Calls for attorney-client communications. Calls for a legal conclusion. Sean, you can answer if you have had discussions with anyone other than counsel, including in-house counsel.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know how many people and entities are covered by the subject non-disclosure agreement?
Calls for a legal conclusion. Document speaks for itself. Sean, you can answer if you know.
I do not know the exact number. So.
Okay. Do you know an approximate number?
Same objections.
I'd probably say over 250.
Okay. Do you know if President Trump is affiliated with more than 500 companies?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
I I do not.
Do you know what people in Donald Trump's family are covered by the subject non-disclosure agreement?
Calls for a legal conclusion. Calls for speculation. You can answer if you have an understanding, Sean.
No, sir.
Have you had conversations with anyone not counsel at the campaign about whether the NDA covers campaign workers that left and actually went to work for the federal government?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. Calls for attorney work product information. Calls for attorney-client communications. Sean, if you've discussed that with anybody, other than counsel for the campaign, including in-house counsel, you can testify to that.
No, sir.
Do you know personally, do you know anything about the relationship Donald Trump had with Jeffrey Epstein?
Objection, relevance, argumentative. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
No, sir.
I forgot where I was, probably like 26, 27, Beth. I have it. We can track it down.
I believe this is 26.
Okay, so defendant's 26 will be a tweet dated August 31, 2019 from @RealDonaldTrump. Do you know who had access to post from @RealDonaldTrump when he still had a Twitter account?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know.
No, sir.
Okay. The statement says, quote, "Yes, I'm currently suing various people for violating their confidentiality agreements." Period. We're going to stop there for purposes of my next question. Do you know who else Donald Trump sued for violating confidentiality agreements?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, vague as to time, calls for attorney work product, calls for attorney-client communications. You can answer if it's based upon anything you learned from anything other than discussions with counsel or correspondence with counsel.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know who Louise Mensch is? MENSCH?
No, sir.
Do you know who Dexter Taylor is?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen a tweet by Dexter Taylor that indicates Donald Trump lost his vote because of the way he was treated while interning at the White House?
Besides the one you're showing right now?
Right. That's a no?
Yes, sir. No, I've never seen it before.
So for all the people who we saw in commercials of people who said they voted for Trump, strike that. Stop for a second. Have you done any investigation personally about whether there is a tape in which Donald Trump uses the N-word? Do you know? Well, first of all, do you know what I mean by the N-word?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you done any personal investigation to determine if there's any recording of Donald Trump using the N-word?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not that exists definitively?
No, sir.
Ryan, I'm probably wrapping up in the next 20, 30 minutes, but let me take a break for 10 minutes and hopefully we can be done out of here by 4.
Sounds good.
Okay. You ready, Ryan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're ready when you are, Ms. Beth.
Ready.
Back on at 3:18. Mr. Dollman, again, thank you for your patience. I know this isn't easy, particularly in this setting. I appreciate it. We're a few minutes away from being done, at least with my questions. I assume that'll wrap it up, but you never know. Have you had any conversations, again, not related to conversations with lawyers for the campaign, about the duration of the subject non-disclosure agreement, how long it lasts?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion, calls for attorney work product, calls for attorney-client communications. You can answer if you had any discussions with non-counsel, Sean.
No, I've never spoke with anybody else about the NDA.
Okay. Do you have an opinion about how long it lasts?
Calls for legal conclusion.
Yeah, I would think it goes on forever.
Okay. Does it go on retroactively? Does it cover statements made before you sign the NDA in your opinion?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you have an opinion.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer. I'm unsure on that one.
Okay. A few more questions. Prior to the election in November of 2020, Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin referred to Donald Trump as an idiot. Did that damage the campaign?
Objection. Vegas to time. Calls for legal conclusion. Calls for expert witness testimony. Incomplete hypothetical. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I was unaware of that comment.
Okay. Former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson is attributed calling Donald Trump a moron. Were you aware of that comment?
Same objections.
No, sir.
Would a Secretary of State calling the President of the United States a moron damage his chances of re-election?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. Calls for expert testimony. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
I do not know.
Former top economic advisor Gary Cohn, COHN, was publicly attributed as saying Donald Trump was dumb as shit. Were you aware of that comment?
Same objections.
No, sir, I was not aware of that comment.
Would an economic advisor calling the president he was working under dumb as shit damage a chance for re-election?
Same objections.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that, John.
Okay. National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster mocked Donald Trump's intelligence, calling him an idiot and a dope with the intelligence of a kindergartner. Were you aware of those comments?
No, sir.
Would comments such as that from a national security advisor under a president affect a president's chance of being reelected?
Calls for a legal conclusion, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical, calls for expert testimony. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I do not know, sir.
Former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly is attributed as saying, "We've got to save Donald Trump from himself." Were you aware of a comment that John Kelly is attributed as saying that we've got to save him from himself?
No, sir.
Would comments from the President's Chief of Staff saying we've got to save him from himself affect his chances of reelection?
Incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. You can answer, Sean, if you know.
I do not know.
Do you know how many members of how many leaders, strike that. Do you know how many management level positions within the Trump campaign, strike that. It's getting long, getting late. Who from Donald J. Trump for President Inc. was indicted? If anybody.
Objection, Vegas to time, relevance. You can answer if you know.
I don't have that information on.
Okay. Were you aware Paul Manafort was indicted?
Yes, sir.
What effect would the indictment of a campaign manager or an executive within a campaign have on public confidence related to the re-election of that president?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, Vegas to public confidence, calls for an expert opinion, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for speculation, lacks foundation. You can answer if you know, Sean.
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Is there any way to attribute, and this is the same but different, is there any way to attribute damages to Omarosa Manigault Newman and not top executives within the campaign and top cabinet level officials either getting arrested, indicted, or calling Mr. Trump a moron or idiot? Is there any way to differentiate which one caused the campaign damages?
Objection, compound, calls for a legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. Sean, you can answer if you have an understanding.
I believe the comments, I mean, just to have the difference in comments, one is claiming racism and a sexist, right? And the other ones are to his intelligence. So if we were able to, we could probably pull, like we did, the information or like the ads that we actually spent money on that were attributed to trying to correct the narrative that Omarosa publicly said about the president. And I mean, we spent like 17, 18 million on just ads that were kind of, or that were with that narrative, right? Trying to correct that narrative.
Right. And I think we've discussed this rather at length and candidly, that it is the campaign's contention that Omarosa said or characterized Donald Trump as a racist and a sexist, but so did news media and so did many others. And I'm back to the question, based upon your answer, that is there any way to differentiate which caused the campaign damages?
Calls for legal conclusion, calls for expert testimony. You can answer if you have an understanding, Sean.
I understand the question. I'm not the expert in it, and I would probably go off of the expert's opinion and what he wrote up, he or she.
And let me finish here. You know, all the stuff we've discussed, all the clips we've played, isn't it, NDA aside, but isn't it fair to have an opinion that Donald Trump is sexist?
Objection, Vegas, as to the term fair. Calls for a legal conclusion, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothetical. You can answer, Sean, if you understand.
I think it's one thing to have an opinion, and it's another thing to go out and write a book and publicly speak negative about someone's family and private issues.
Understood. Absent assuming the NDA doesn't exist, wouldn't that, and again, I know what's coming, I'm not a lawyer, but I guess, you know, I'm trying to figure out where that First Amendment lies. And we're not allowed to infringe on people's opinions. But strike that. We get it. I don't want to go all the way down that road again and have Ryan have to assert 6 more objections. Let's see if I can wrap it up.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that.
Darned old First Amendment. Mr. Dollman, Mr. Stonerock, I'm done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon. Good night.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks, John. Bye-bye. Good job.
Okay. Any instructions for the court reporter?
The witness read or waive, Ryan?
See, I mean, we're operating under sort of different, rules. I'm not sure exactly what the New York rules are, but I would like to have Sean have an opportunity to review the transcript and correct anything that, he needs to correct. So
that's totally appropriate and fine. And I'll let you know if we're ordering a copy, unless the campaign wants to pay for it.